It's perfect. 1,000 marbles. I'm going to make a stress test. Let's say there's a lot of marbles at the same time. Okay, here we go. It has to go fast here now. Looks good. Perfect. No, come on. I can't end the video having one marble lying there like this. There we go. Divide by 4 flip-flop is working perfectly. I'm honestly so relieved. It seems like I potentially built something that actually kind of works, which is super nice for a change for me. So actually, I've made the Marble Machine X a little bit better today. So thanks to everyone who are supporting this project through YouTube memberships and Patreon, and thanks to you for watching all the way to the end. See you in the next one. Hey everyone, today I'm going to make the Marble Machine X a little bit better. In these boxes is the result of everything I've learned about design during this whole long crazy process. If they work, the Marble Machine X will work. If they don't work, it might be time to give up on the whole project. So, future of the machine is literally here. Let's see what's inside. Ooh, 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 ooh. So these are the laser cut steel profiles for the escapement marble gates. And in the other bag, we have the parts for the cyber gate for the cyber base. Wow. Absolute first thing I want to check is this magnetic? And it's not. Perfect. So stainless steel is most often not magnetic, but some stainless steel for welding are. I'm not sponsored by this company, but I'm such a happy client, normal customer right now that I have to say thanks to Taylor Steele and Boris. I uploaded my step files. I got a price quote within a minute. I redesigned this part to make it cheaper to order, and I had the parts within a week. I submitted this design in bent format, and they bent this part for me. Look at this. Yes, machine bending, no more Martin bends manually. What I want to try today is to weld one escapement gate assembly. So I'm going to pick all the parts needed for that. And I'm also going to set all the Cybergate parts aside. Here is Cybergate, super nice parts. Here's the attachment plate we designed on a live stream. Let's see if our puzzle fit is good. Hi. Okay, so I've been thinking a lot about tolerances. What do you think about this tolerance? It clicks into place. If you look closely, you can see small little cutouts in the corners. That's the dog bone shape to count for the laser curve. And that just makes this snap fit. Next part, the intro profile. Let's see if we can also get a snap from this one. I might not be the most reliable designer, but I taught myself how to design in CAD for being able to order parts from a professional manufacturer and make them snap fit in place. I don't give up, okay? Next part, the Batman profile. So if you see there's a little ledge here. So I designed that little ledge to know exactly where this should be. So up here and towards that stop, like so. This goes hooking under like that, and then in here. My maker hands are shaking from excitement. So here you can kind of see the assembly goes together. And I can tease the brass wheel here. Is it shiny? Oh, it's shiny. Look at that. I was planning to weld this together now, but I realized it's not smart. In the escapement gate, we have these axles, and I need to weld them on first, but I don't have the axles yet. So instead of welding this assembly, I'm going to work on the dropper arms. These are the dropper arms in the escapement gate, and I have all the parts for them, so let's start working on them. When I ordered these parts, I have to put them together because there's a limitation in how small parts can be cut by this manufacturer. So I put this little cutaway tab here, here, and here. And first step with these parts is to remove this tab. All these parts are cut loose and ready for welding, and since this is stainless steel and very, very thin and small, I need to think a little bit how to weld this. So I'm actually going to use silicon bronze TIG bracing. So it's not technically welding. Silicon bronze TIG bracing have a lower melting temperature, which means I don't really need to melt these small little parts before this filler material melts and glues them together, kind of. So that's good. And also, my normal filler rods is for mild steel, and you shouldn't really blend stainless steel with mild steel. By the end of the process, I will weld the stainless dropper arms to mild steel's arms on the Marble Machine X, and that's the best example of where silicon bronze TIG bracing comes into play, because it can weld different alloys to each other. So my material is pretty thin, so I'm going to twist it together into a thicker size. I want to share my #1 beginner tip for TIG welding, and that's working position. This might sound stupid, but to me it makes such a big difference. Step #1, I have a high, good welding chair. So I'm not standing welding. Step 2 is support for the arm. This old Tony taught me this. So instead of having the arm in the air like this, going back and forth, I always put some support. So this height worked great. Next thing is the cable. The cable is pulling on the gun, so my hand has to hold up this whole weight. I cannot put the cable around my neck. By having the cable around my neck, there's no weight on the gun. Again, increases the precision and makes this less painful. Turn on the argon, and we're gonna start cold. With the lower melting temperature of this fill rod, I can weld colder, and the closer I am, I can also weld colder. That will point the heat exactly where we need it and not everywhere else. Less heat means less distortion, means straighter parts. So I put one tack right here on one side. Then if we turn to the other side, so there you go. I'm gonna do a third one here. Probably completely unnecessary, but the marbles will go there, so why not? I'm going to do it a little bit colder, 50. Went a little bit too fast for my taste. So here you can see the nice fillet. It goes smooth to this surface and it comes down to the other part. That looks really nice. Let's check the back side. So you see kind of the same thing here. That looks actually nice. I'm gonna try to turn it around. Here's kind of the two welds I made from the back side going into each other, then from the other side. So I didn't clean the metal before, I just couldn't be bothered, and the parts are pretty clean, so it seems okay. So I'll trust this as a dropper. Now I just have to make all of them. I have all the 32 arms put together, and now I can start with one of the most important design aspects of this design, silence. So this design is designed to be silent. What I want to avoid is the metal on metal sound, this. In the beginning of the process, I didn't really care about designing for silence. I take it more seriously now, so let's get into it. What I have here on the table is silicone tubing and heat shrink. On these two arms, I'm going to have the heat shrink, and I cut a block of exactly 16 millimeters. So first I slide the shrink to this wall, then I slide my piece to the same wall, and then I can make the cut. So, and then in here I have two tabs, and that's for the silicone tube. And then I made another distance. This is 9 millimeters, and it's the same idea. To hold this silicone tube, I made these two tabs to make a mechanical bond. I would never use glue or anything for this, so this I think is good design. So the silicone tube is going against a metal rail like this, and where the metal rail is meeting the tube is hollow. There's no material inside, so this has a really nice squishy dampening effect. I think the lengths are good, so now I just have to make all 32. Pretty good. So I finished these parts following the laws of thermodynamics. I looked it up here. It says, first law of thermodynamics. Whenever a maker completes a task using a direct ice pick, he has to shove it into an object to make it stand up and make it look cool in the end. Okay, so the assembly of the escapement gates have begun. It's a long process, and I have spent so much intimate time thinking of every millimeter, every design decision of this whole assembly. So I think I'm gonna cover this process in a little bit of a mini-series, doing several videos on how putting these escapement gates together, because they really are the key to the Marble Machine X's future. So hope you like this. Thanks to everyone who are watching this series. Thanks to everyone who are supporting through YouTube memberships and through Patreon. And wish me luck, because if this works, the Marble Machine X will work. If they don't work, I think I'll have to admit defeat, that I can't make this machine work. So I do feel optimistic right now, because this part is proof of concept that silicone bronze TIG bracing with the stainless is a perfect process, and also that my heat shrink at my silicone tubes seems to do a really good job. This is the technique that I used to put together the whole assembly. So that was tested today, and I feel really positive and optimistic about that. So yeah, that's it for today. I'll see you in the next video. Take care. Hey everyone, today I'm trying to make the Marble Machine X a little bit better by solving this 1000 pieces engineering puzzles. All these pieces that you see on my table here is going to be assembled into my new marble gates that I have designed. So here you can see the prototype of the original clock escapement marble gate, and here is the CAD design. So as you can see here in the CAD renders, every marble drop creates a little tick of this clock, and I'm super happy about this design. And over here on the table, we have all the pieces for the cyber gates. So the cyber gates is a CAD design I made for the base of the Marble Machine X. That was really tricky to design because we needed 8 channels on a very confined space. So here, for example, is a middle profile for the cyber gate. So you can see these 8 openings there for 8 marbles. That's going to be so exciting to see how that goes together. All the silver parts are non-magnetic stainless steel, and these golden parts are made from brass, cut by Jeffer in Cleveland, Ohio, on a water jet cutter. Eventually, all these pieces will come together like you see in the CAD render here and become the escapement gates and the cyber gates. But we have to start somewhere, so I'm gonna start with these dropper arms that we started in a video yesterday. Yesterday I TIG braced them together, and then I added silicone tube and heat shrink, as you can see here. So just like you, I can't wait to see the marbles actually rolling through these escapement gates. We have a long road to walk before that happens, and I invite you to join it. I have 32 of these dropper arms, and they have this slot here. And that's because they're adjustable in height, and they're going to be coupled with this link. So I think I designed these two holes a little bit too small. The reason I designed them small because I was planning to cut threads, but this is stainless and I don't feel like making 70 M3 threads in stainless steel. So instead I'm gonna drill them big and let this bolt go straight through and use a nut instead. To make this drilling go fast, I made this little jig. I can take one of the parts and I can just put it in here, drill the holes and take it out again and check. And then I'm gonna use a lot of oil to keep the drill cold so it doesn't get warm and blunt. Even though I did my best, I destroyed 3 drills trying to drill this stainless. I think the drill got blunt because of a combination of a couple of reasons. My guesses are that the laser cutting might have hardened the stainless steel. I think my feeds and speeds might be wrong on the drill press. I should maybe run it slower if I could. Maybe my coolant is not cool enough, or I need to have constant coolant. And maybe my drill quality is kind of cheap and bad, so I wished I would have thought this through more when I was designing. It's so easy to think when you're behind the computer, I will cut threads in those parts. Once you're actually faced with the task to cut 64 M3 threads in stainless steel, that task feels a lot more real, so that's a good design lesson for me. Okay, I've put together all the dropper arms we can compare with CAD. Looks pretty similar. I think these are ready. So the first part is ready for final assembly. So for every part I finish, I will put them in these storage boxes and the table will become more and more empty. When the table is empty, we're ready for final assembly. Breaking news, everyone! I was just gonna pick... Oh, I hurt my hand. I was just gonna pick another part. When I heard the delivery truck honking, we have more parts for the escapement gates. You know, it's not clickbait when I said 1,000 pieces engineering puzzle. There's over 1,000 pieces in this. So already from the start, huge shout out to grandgarage.eu from Austria. It's a maker space, maker's gonna make, okay? Ah, look at this. Oh, nice. We're dealing with pros here, right? Check this out. Oh my god, we have a POM surprise. Look, Wilson. You have a new friend. He's a little shy in the beginning. It's okay, he doesn't bite. No. Oh, he was just playing. This happens when they're young. He was just excited. Yeah, he was a little overexcited. Oh, don't cry. Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. Yes, this is good delivery, Rudy. Okay. Oh, this makes me so happy. Wow. Rudy, I have goosebumps now. Okay, I'm getting addicted to this, like, mainly working on design and then letting professionals take care of the manufacturing. I'm a little speechless, actually, Rudy. So, Rudy from grandgarage.eu, thank you for delivering so quickly and such an amazing quality. So here's the marble wheels themselves. And these are flowers for the Cybergate. The gears with 2 teeth that are shorter than the others. Wow, the parts are perfect. Wow, the escapements. So, okay. Are you ready for the first ever escapement brass interaction? From Cleveland in Ohio meet from Linz, Austria, PUM. Like this. It opens and it clicks there. Ah, it's perfection. See, when we collaborate over nation borders, how beautiful a machine we can build. Hey guys. Hey Aluminium Wilson. Can I play with you guys? I'm actually playing with Pom Wilson right now. Oh, but what are you playing then? We're playing dog. You can be the dog. Yeah, I would love to be the dog. Okay, you but no one else. Okay. What are you all doing? Hey, Plasma Cut, Miles Steel Wilson. Can I play with you? No. Why not? Because we're playing dog and there's only one dog, okay? Okay, but this sketch is going nowhere. Okay, Plasma Steel Wilson, you and no one else, okay? Oh, thank you, Plywood Wilson, you're so nice. Hey, Peon Wilson. So, lung. Oh my god. Hey guys, what are you doing? No! I hope the parts are up to your high standards. Yeah, they are above all my standards I've ever had. Machining POM is always fun, though I will probably still find plastic chips in my shop when you're reading this letter. P.S. Dark Trooper Wilson included. May or may not tend to the dark side. Rudy Dark Wilson has already changed the social dynamics in my studio a lot. Wilson didn't need more bad influence, so that's actually my only complaint. Now it's already bullying Aluminium Wilson. I will probably have more work now with Wilson than I would have seen seeing these parts myself, so... But Wilson is happy and that's all that matters in the end. So this PUM part goes together with this steel profile. And they snap into place. Yes. Okay, so again, I managed to design a snap fit. So I'm happy about this design. The frame is hidden inside the gear. So you can see the frame pivots like this, 12.5 degrees. And then when the gear comes like this, you don't even see the frame. So here you can see the stainless steel profile and underneath this PUM gear like so. So now I'm just checking which side to countersink on. I don't want to mess that up, so I'm gonna mark that here. So before I'm putting this together, I'm gonna measure the accuracy of this part. When you're ordering a part, a machinist wants to know the tolerances. That means how much the measurement can be off from the measurement in the designs. And I asked Rudy to stay within 0.1 millimeter, so within 1/10 of a millimeter. So this thickness should be 14. So Rudy, I'm gonna check your C height of your machines now, okay? So this measures down to 1/1000 of a millimeters. This is my life right now. 1/1000 of a millimeter precision. That lives up to my standards, Rudy, thank you very much. So up here the hole is 3 millimeter to give the position for the M3, and lower down it's 2.5 millimeter, and this gives a perfect tooth interaction in PUM. This is super rigid. I tested with my CNC machine in PUM in my studio, and I found out that 2.5 is the correct size, and this is perfect. So finally, we can put this together. Okay, this is one of the better looking parts I've ever assembled. Stainless cut in Netherlands, PUM cut in Austria. Do you feel that smell? It smells like spring. Marble Machine X Spring. Flowers growing on the working desk meadow. Life is good. Here are the marble drops that slides in these slides. Let's weld them together. So this is another puzzle fit. The pieces puzzles together like so. And then I can weld here on the back side. I need to change something I said in yesterday's video a little bit. I showed you the trick that I'm using the welding cable around my neck to alleviate the weight. My mother emailed me and said that a lot of you pointed out in the comments that it's dangerous with EMF, electromagnetic fields, from the welding cable. I looked it up and it doesn't seem to be full consensus about the danger. And since I'm not welding often, I'm not exposed at all like a full-time welder. However, I should not be teaching bad practices either way. Why risk it? But I would also encourage everyone, when you hear that something is dangerous, just try to be a little bit critic of the sources and try to look up, because I found proof that it wasn't dangerous. I found proof that it was dangerous. But thanks for the feedback. I'm not going to put the welding cable around my neck anymore. I'm going to put it around the neck of the marble machine instead. I'm sorry, marble machine. So here's one welding trick that I can teach you. Maybe you're gonna comment you're gonna get neck injuries. This is a marble dropper and I'm using this heat shrink to dampen the sound. Before, that's metal metal. After, my favorite time when I finish parts, I put them in a box. So here's a Cybergate box. These are ready for final assembly. 32 dropper arms, ready. Cybergate, ready. There's still 1,000 pieces on the table. Tomorrow I will start early and just build the whole day. I did play a little bit too much with my dolls today. Most importantly, I feel there's a spring in the Marble Machine X universe. It's kind of funny, even though the finish of the parts is amazing, it's my highest level ever. If the design is bad, it can still fail. So we still don't know, but I'm working towards assembling all these gates so we finally can see the marbles rolling. All these parts means so much to me personally and for the machine. I believe it's the turnaround of the project, but we can't know for sure. So tomorrow we'll make another video, and tomorrow I'm really going to try to get a lot of these parts into these plastic buckets so we soon can make the marble drop test with the new escapement gates. Thanks to everyone who are supporting this project through Patreon and YouTube memberships, and thanks to you for watching, and thanks to Rudy from grandgarage.eu, Jeffer from Cleveland, Ohio, for all these fantastic parts. Can't get over how beautiful this part is. This is the Marble Machine X, a programmable music instrument using marbles to play music. My big dream is to complete the Marble Machine X and go on a world tour with my band Vintergatan and play live music featuring the Marble Machine X on stage. Making the machine work is difficult. I've spent years teaching myself mechanical engineering, trying every day to finish the project, but I keep failing over and over again. Every time I fail, I try to learn something from it. I believe that if I keep making improvements, the machine will stick the landing one day. In this video, I'm working on putting parts together for the clock escapement marble gates. The escapement gates are making sure that only one marble at a time gets dropped on the music instruments, and they sit here at the front of the machine. The gates are supported by the escapement brackets, and today I'm going to start by putting these brackets together. All the holes in these brackets are for M6 bolts, and the laser cutting leaves a little residue that I'm cleaning out with a drill here. And now you can see that the bolt is slipping right through. And While I'm working on these small little details, all that goes through my head is World Tour, World Tour, World Tour. I've designed these parts to be 8mm thick, but I ordered them in two 4mm layers and sandwiching and welding them together for two reasons. It was cheaper and I could get faster, cheaper delivery. Here I'm checking if the parts are still flat after welding. Seems like I've managed to avoid welding distortion, so all I'm thinking here is World Tour, World Tour, World Tour. And it's done. Here's the computer design and here's the real parts. So pretty accurate, I have to say, and no time to rest because as you can see on my work table, I have so many parts to prepare for assembly. The next part I want to work with is the marble droppers for the Cybergate. The Cybergate sits here on the side of the machine and will drop marbles on the Cyberbase. And I'm going to start to work on these front marble drop arms here. When I ordered these laser cut profiles, there's a limit on how small parts I can order, so sometimes I need to add this saw away tab and put two small parts together into a larger one for them to be approved. So that's why I'm sawing away that part there, and now I have the same issue as before. There's some residue left and I'm trying to use a broken drill and see if I can kind of hack style resharpening it. And as you can see here, it's kind of heated up and I think that's kind of bad, but let's see if it can do the job. After all, it's just drilling out the kind of residue from this hole. It's not really drilling out any material. Let's try with the screw and what do you know? It worked. So my hack job of sharpening this drill have served its purpose. So I could drill out all the holes and now I have to check this puzzle fit. And I actually didn't cut away enough in the corners, calculating for the curve of the laser cut. So I had to file the opening up here. Now the puzzle fit works and that looks great. So I welded these together and here you can see them welded together already. Next step is heat shrink. I'm using this for sound. So from the whole clock escapement gate, I have banned metal on metal. Metal on metal make a sharp sound and the heat shrink makes a huge difference. Here I'm using silicone tubes. I'm attaching the silicone tube with these two pegs. It's a mechanical fit and I'm pushing it in place with my Diresta ice pick. So no glue, mechanical fit. I really like that. That fits and look perfect. The droppers are designed to be adjustable in height. That's why you can see this long slot here. It didn't really fit from the beginning. I'm just sanding away some residue. Then you can see how the slot slides in and out of this foot. So with these bolts, we can later adjust the height of every marble drop. That has been an essential function to design for. And now I'm adding one of the coolest parts, the POM parts cut by Rudy from grandgarage.eu, a fantastic makerspace in Linz, Austria. If you're in Linz, check out Grand Garage. It seems to be an awesome place. And Rudy machined these to perfection. I have a snap fit that goes in there. And then the two flower gears are kind of sandwiching the metal part. And yeah, I'm proud of these parts. I haven't been close to this kind of finish ever. Look at this negative here with the black bolts on the metal and the silver bolts on the black POM. Golf clap for myself. The story behind these brass wheels is kind of fun because I actually didn't want too much brass on the machine as the color is a little bit different. But Discord chat bullied me into using brass, and now I'm really happy that you did, because these looks awesome. Here's the brass wheels in context of the escapement gate. It's 2 wheels, 1 on either side of the gate, and they have been water cut by Jeffer in Cleveland, Ohio. And as you can see, they leave a kind of rough, beautiful but rough finish that might wear out the POM escapement over time. You can see kind of there that I managed to grind some pretty rough marks in the POM. So what I'm going to try to do is that I'm going to try to take a wire wheel, put it in my drill press, and lightly just buff the edge of this teeth here. So this is really not a gear, this is an escapement wheel. This is exactly the kind of part that sits in every clock and makes a tick and a tock. You can hear there the sound different. Here I'm using the soft clock teeth, and as you can see here, I couldn't even make a scratch almost. So buffing with a wire wheel seems to really help, and this took a long time. 32 brass wheels times 8 tooth. You do the math. And here, for something controversial, I'm just showing you, I will actually not polish these gears. I really prefer the unpolished Blade Runner aesthetics here. The escapement wheels have been through some tough stuff through their lives, right? It tells kind of that story. I'm bracing myself for the incoming storm of rotten tomatoes because I know that you wanted these brass wheels to be shiny. You got the brass wheels, but I got Blade Runner, so it's a win-win according to me. One of my best designs in this whole escapement gate is these push arms. You can see them in the render here. They're being pushed by the marble dropping arms, and they go all the way back to the left on the screen and activating the pellets that releases the escapement wheel. And it also doubles as a kind of a soft close, you know, like you have in kitchen drawers to remove sound. And I've actually ordered these parts machine bent by 247tailorsteel.com, and look at this precision. It's on the 100th of a millimeter, despite the fact that they warned me that my openings were too close to the bend. I had to actually sign a waiver that the tolerances might be a little bit off, and still the tolerances are spot on, including my silicone tube there in the end. So again, 247tailorsteel.com, this is not sponsored, I'm just a super happy client, and you guys are doing fantastic work, so thanks for the awesome delivery. So I'm putting on the tube here, and again, it's the metal on metal sound that I want to avoid of all places in the machine. Silicone tube is the new washer stacks. Here I'm attaching it on all 32 push rods, and everything you have to do 32 times takes a lot of time. And look at Plywood Wilson playing with his new friends in the background. I actually designed this hole to the wrong size. I just forgot to increase this hole for some reason. I made this hole 2.5 millimeter in CAD. So now I have to manually drill this hole to 3 millimeter, and it's a little bit hardened from the laser. It's stainless steel. So I'm going to try to be super ambitious with my cooling of my drill. I'm putting my air compressor and I blow in compressed air directly at the drill, and I'm spraying the drill with water, and I'm dipping the part in oil between each drilling operation, and I managed to drill all the 32 push rods with one and the same drill. So perhaps I did a better job at keeping this drill cold than I normally do. And now we can attach these push rods to the POM escapements themselves. These are other amazing parts from groundgarage.eu, and I've been looking at these parts so many times, and seeing this come together is kind of cool. So I'm making a little test dry assembly run here with the brass gear and then with the escapement. And yeah, this looks pretty legit actually. I have to say that I'm beginning to become pretty proud of this. The parts look great. I just hope this works as good as it looks once the marbles are actually flowing through these parts. At this time it was afternoon in my workshop and the afternoon sun was coming in, falling over my beautiful parts. Seeing the brass wheels glistening in the sun was like a religious experience for my maker heart. Something feels different for me in the whole project. I am working methodically in a way I haven't done before. So if we look back to how it looked when I was working on the first machine, you can kind of see that there has been some kind of progress. I'm looking so much forward to make the upcoming videos from here on, because even though I'm raving about how fantastic these parts look, we don't know yet if they work as intended. So it's not until we actually see marbles running through these marble gates, playing music on music instruments, that we can actually call this a home run. I was looking down into my boxes, and even the boxes are beautiful. Yes, I'm in love with all these parts, as you can hear, and I'm having so much fun with this. So here you can see how the table looked like in the beginning of my workday, and this is at the end. I've managed to post-process a lot of parts that are now ready for final assembly, which will happen in upcoming videos. And I want to thank everyone who has watched all the way to the end. You are awesome, and I want to thank, of course, everyone who are supporting this project through YouTube memberships and Patreon. You give me the freedom to follow my dream. I can't thank you enough. Let's make the world tour happen. Let's assemble more parts, and let's celebrate the fact that Plywood Wilson is playing with POM Wilson without, not completely friction-free, but without major disasters. No tears for a whole day. I'm so proud. Hey everyone, I can't wait to start work today, because for a long time I've been working on making the parts for the marble escapement gates, and I think they are the key to the future of the Marble Machine X. And in this box is the key to the escapement gates themselves. This is the Marble Machine X, a programmable music instrument using marbles to play music. Up until today, I haven't been able to put all this together, but with the contents of this box, I can put it together. Wow! This is another Marble Machine X delivery from acecraft.eu. Last time, Ace manufactured the rubber wheels for the Cyber base, and opening that box was a religious experience, and the rubber wheels actually helped me to play some Bach on the Marble Machine X. Let's have a closer look. It says MMX Vintergatan reference 4402 axle. It's our part number on the box. It's the logo of Acecraft, and it's hinges. Let's try to open these up. Ooh. This is my life now. This kind of creativity makes me so happy. So let's see here. That's the 4mm circlet clips. That's the 5mm circlet clips. We have 5mm shafts for the cyber gates. And we have 16 4mm shafts. No, 32 for the escapement gates. So these shafts have been lathed by Ace. And as you can see on the ends here, you have these two tiny grooves. And that's for these circlet clips. The circlet clips will prevent things from sliding off the axle, and it's a very space efficient way to do that. So this is some footage from the manufacturing of these axles by Acecraft. I'm really happy that Acecraft could step in because I don't have a lathe and the delivery from Ace is always Ace. So that's a maker who lives up to the name, and Acecraft has made an awesome YouTube video for the Acecraft YouTube channel. So check out the Acecraft YouTube channel and send some much deserved Marble Machine X love because the delivery is always top notch. The small little notches that had to be cut in this axle are like super small and super tiny, and Ace nailed the tolerances. So thank you again, Ace, for being part of the Marble Machine X. So let's check the fit here. It's a little resistance, which is great news. I didn't want this to be too loose. There is some residue from the laser cutting preventing me from pushing this axle in. I'm not going to drill it open yet because there's some interesting idea of maybe using this as a press fit. But I've been thinking about how to getting these silicone bronze braced straight in, and me and Ace had the same exact idea. So Ace have made a jig here. So with this jig, we can put the axle into this lathe jig. This jig will keep the axle completely straight, and on the backside is an adjusting screw. So I can exactly adjust how much stick out. In this video, I'm gonna work with the 4mm axles. I just want to show you what the 5mm axles are for. They are for the cyber gates. If you can see these cool steel profiles, you can see that there's two round holes, and these axles are going to pass through these holes. When I started designing, I put a bearing on every moving part. I didn't understand bushing. Bushing for some applications is the better way to go. This is Delrin POM, and silver steel is what Ace used for the shafts. There's no friction in this fit, and most of all, there's no play. I try to move this axle sideways. I can't, okay? So there's no friction and no play. So I'm gonna put these 5mm axles aside now, and that's for a later episode. I have 5 alternatives for how to put this axle in and make it stick. The number 1 alternative is using nothing. The idea is to let the parts themselves hold the axle. And when the axle is full with parts, the parts should hold it straight automatically. The next solution is to use this press fit that comes from the laser and just whack it in with a hammer, neatly, of course. So the next solution is to put the axle in at the correct place and then use some metal tool and beat some notches around the axle. And this is an idea from Ace, and this is widely used in clock making. I never did anything like that, but I understand the principle to deform the metal around the shaft and kind of hug it. The third idea comes from Acecraft's dad, so shout out to Acecraft's dad, who said Loctite will probably be very strong in this application. So if I drill this hole clean, I could probably Loctite it. Perhaps Loctite in combination with the clock making notches could be something really cool. I will weld these parts here. The part will be heated up after this, so I don't know if this heat will actually interfere with the Loctite bond. That might be an issue. The last and strongest alternative is silicon bronze TIG bracing. This is what I plan to do all along. I know this will hold up forever and it will not be affected by the welds. It is a little bit scary, but it's the absolute correct method because, as I said, these axles are silver steel and the profile is stainless steel, and silicon bronze bracing is the perfect go-to method to glue together different alloys of metal. The silver steel axle is pretty undersized, 3.98 0.82 millimeters. So I'm going to try with the first one to just whack this axle into the laser residue and see what happens. So let's try to just use some brute force here on these beautiful parts. This is an educated decision to use brute force, okay? Oh, okay, I'm lucking out here. So there is a little bit of play there. Almost perfect. Here's the left side pallet, goes on this side, and here's the right side, goes on the back side. Okay, so the fit seems pretty tight here. There is a tool called reamer. A reamer can kind of enlarge in a hole from within, like an expanding drill kind of, to make a hole to a very precise diameter. Often when I want a precise fit between an axle and a thing, I'm using the axle itself as a reamer. I don't own any reamers. Also in this case, Ace has cut this notch here, and this notch is kind of sharp. I think this will work great. So I'm gonna put the axle in my drill, and I'm going to just enlarge this POM part. There we go. Perfection. Literally no sideways play and literally no friction. If I take a 4mm drill and do the same, I won't have that good fit. Awesome. Let's add one more washer. So 4 washers. Let's do the same on the other side. So now I can use this specialized plier to expand the circlet clip and put it on. Wow. Okay, I'm excited again. It's kind of exhausting to be excited constantly about this machine, but this is fantastic. So the tiny clip there, holding everything in place. No friction, and parts seem pretty stable. I can rock this back and forth, and you can see this play here. I can minimize this play by welding it, but perhaps I don't have to. So let's start looking at the parts that go on this front axle. So this is the exploded view of what goes on this front axle. 2 mirrored gears on the side, and then these POM parts and the profile in the middle. I just received the bolts for this. Sourcing material is the least fun part of this whole project. I hate it. I'm so impatient. When I want something, I want it right away. And I ordered the wrong screw. So I ordered 16mm because I was sure that 20mm would stick out. But if we measure this, we see that 20mm flathead bolt will be the perfect length. Need to go and order those. I'll be right back. I'm gonna manually shorten 8 screws to 20mm so we can assemble this today. I have noticed that whenever I use a machine screw like this and thread it straight into like another material than metal, like wood or plastic, people get a little bit nervous about the hold strength of these screws, but I can reassure you that this works brilliantly. I feel the resistance here, and just because this is not like how things are done conventionally, doesn't mean we can't trust it. I've designed these spokes to be right at the peak of this wheel, so we have 2 marbles in the openings, so kind of like this. The gear is not sliding on the shaft, it's binding, so we need to ream this up, and I'm just going to use the drill press and the shaft to do that. So I'm trying to move the axle, and it kind of doesn't move at all, but look at the frictionless. So if we look at sideways stability, you can see that the gear is super straight. The brass is not touching the axle. That hole here is oversized. So it's the POM bushing material that is touching the axle. There is not a single step where the brass wheel can freely rotate, because if I just go where this little peg is letting go of the wheel, this peg is already inside the wheel. So check this out. Just letting go there, this peg is already stopping the wheel. So there is no fail state. When I designed this, I left a little space in the middle for the weld tack. So I have a little plate here. Don't think it matters. And now I have a very important decision to make. Is it okay that the axle is moving ever so lightly? So the accuracy of the gate is important. We don't want the marbles getting stuck because the axle is moving. But I think it doesn't move enough to get the marble stuck. So I don't really know what to do, but I know that I am epically satisfied about how this is turning out. It's the best thing I've ever built in my whole life. Yeah, I'm going to do something to stabilize this axle. I actually don't think it's necessary, but if we can get the precision and tolerances higher, why not do it? So I'm going to take this apart and start stabilizing the axle. I'm fretting over this decision now. Maybe I'm changing my mind again. It's like, you know, a design should only be as stable as it needs to be. So if we look at my analogy with the 4 wooden sticks, where the design purpose is to have the wooden sticks standing up. Good design and engineering is about choosing a good enough solution, not maybe the most stable. That's like over-engineering stuff. And perhaps this little movement of this axle is a feature and not a bug. And it reduces a welding operation where things can go wrong and stuff. No process is the best process, right? So I tried leaving the axle loose. Now I want to try the clock-making method of making a divot. So I'm now going to use this jig. So let's figure this out. So first of all, the length of the axle is 54.7. So now I want to know the middle of the shaft. So then we're going to divide that by 2. 27.35. And now we need to subtract the thickness of the metal, or half the thickness. The metal is, as you can see, 3 millimeters. 27.35 minus 1.5. 25.85 is our value. Now I need a way to clamp this to the profile. So I made this little bracket here. That gives us room to put clamps like so. So with the backside of the caliper, I can met the distance the axle is sticking out from the jig. And here I want 28.85, and it's 33. So I'm putting the screw backwards. 28.90, very close. 28.82, close enough. Now I can take this adjusted jig, push it over here, and this should be this number, 25.85. I want to see now. 25.88. Okay, we're doing well. We're doing very well. And this piece is lathed perpendicular, so this should be completely 90 degrees in all angles. So this is a spring-loaded hole puncher. I'm going to try to punch next to the hole to deform the stainless and clamp the shaft, clockmaker style. Here we go. Will this work? Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna tap this instead of the clamp on top. Ooh, there's a little divot there. Putting the second one at opposite direction. I went all around. Let's uncouple this and see if this worked. It looks straight like this and straight like this. I can't move it at all, but the most important is it's sitting in the middle. 25.88. Let's go over to the other side. 25, 84, 86. And I would say this is a huge success. So I made one side of rivets. I'm going to also rivet the other side. Divot. I don't even know the name for it. The second side I did looked much better. I'm stoked about this method. So thanks Ace for suggesting a clock making method for fastening this axle, only fitting for a clock escapement gate. This is how I'm going to do all 15 gates. I bolted the second one in place as well. This looks good. So now I can move all the moving parts from this loose axle that was still moving to this divoted, stuck, steady axle. So on this axle I had a little bit of play, so I'm going to try to use very thin shim stocks. These are the timing shims for the marble snakes. 1/10 of a millimeter. I'm going to cut like a shim washer from this. Then one normal washer, my shim washer, another normal washer, the gear, and that looks really great. The wheel is not spinning as smooth as before. I think I scratched the silver steel axle when I pushed it through the press fit. I'm going to try to sand it a little smooth again. Yeah, that's better. 2,500. Super fine. There we go. The last circlet clip is on. And yeah, this feels amazing. There's no play sideways at all. Perfect play like this. Everything is moving freely and will stay where I want it. So thanks Ace for not only making amazing axles, but also suggesting a really cool method for attaching the axles to the steel profile. This is ready for welding. So the marbles are riding on this rail here, like this on both sides. And I cut this notch here so I can put a silicone tube in like this. Silicone tube is on and the tolerance is perfect. The POM is not rubbing against the silicone in any position. And so the marble is running on this silicone tube and is being forwarded by these gear like this. Next steps will be to prepare these rails that goes on to the gate like so and so. So I have some post-processing to do. I need to design some jigs so I make sure that I weld everything together at perfect positions. Designing these jigs and welding this together will be the subject for next video. For now, I'm so happy for these axles from acecraft.eu. Fantastic work. This is turning out great so far. Funny thing is that we still don't know if this works. It looks great, sure, but will it work when the marble pass through? That remains to be seen. So thanks to everyone who's supporting this project through YouTube memberships and through Patreon. Thanks to everyone who's watched all the way to the end of the video. You are awesome. And thanks to Wilson and Bling Wilson for... Where have you put POM Wilson? Ah, there he was. He was playing hide and seek, so gears are best friends forever. So I just hope that me and the escapement gates also can become best friends forever. Let's see how it goes. See you in the next video. Have a wonderful day. Bye. Hey everyone, I am continuing the assembly of the clock escapement marble gates. So far I've put together the brass wheels with the POM marble gears. The real model is really starting to look like it did in the computer design. And today I'm getting ready to do the first welding. So I need to weld these steel profiles together. To get everything in very precise locations when welding, I'm designing this welding jig, and here I'm programming the tool paths. And then I'm cutting this plywood part on the CNC machine. And with this part, I'm ready to do the welding. So I made a dry run here on the jig and it works great, but I did remember that I need to cut threads in this profile first. So I'm a little bit nervous about that because this is stainless steel. Breaking tabs was kind of a signature move I did in the beginning on this YouTube channel. I need to be very careful when cutting these threads to be successful. And with a lot of oil and patience, I managed to cut two really nice looking tabs and we're ready for the welding. This is the gorgeous part that will bolt into these threads I just cut. I will talk more about this part in another episode, but I just wanted to show you what goes in there. So let's try attaching this. Hear the birds? Great sign. This looks actually pretty good. I got it together well. So the next step is now these rails that go on like this. And to hold these rails accurately, I made these double-sided welding jigs. These are two mirror jigs, and when I need to make a double-sided machining operation, I always start drilling these 6mm indexing holes, because then I can cut one side, and when one side is done, I can flip the part over like this, 180 degrees, and I can cut accurately the second side. So in an ideal world, I would use aluminium for welding jigs like this, but I don't have it, and I don't really have the correct machine for it, so I'm using what I have. Let's see how this goes together. So the idea is to index off this one thing here. Oh, that fits in perfectly there. And now we get the position on these two. Ooh, snap. You can kind of already see how these are nice and parallel up here now. That's a good sign. I'm cleaning all the stainless steel parts with the Dremel, and then I'm cleaning it with acetone, and I'm also cleaning my tungsten tip with acetone. So now everything is clean. I can put everything in the welding jigs and we're ready to go. This is a big moment for me. I've been thinking about this for such a long time. I truly hope this goes together well. Proper preparation is everything. I have my setup here, trying to get the correct argon flow. I have support from my arm. Oh, I think I can't help myself. I wanna fill it a little bit on the sides as well. Most likely not necessary. I'm gonna do a tack on this side here as well. Yeah, I melted my bracing way prematurely. Not good. I have to wash this out. Bond! Fan också. Oh, I'm so stupid. Why did I go on? I did it completely right the first time. I got overconfident, like, let's do another tack weld. And I just welded through the whole thing. It fell in two pieces. All my accuracy is gone, and now I have a big cleaning up to do. Long story long, my settings are wrong for my thin filler rod. David is gonna teach me how to fix that. So it ended up on the surface, and I wanted to wash it out, so I just kept on going, and I just melted the whole thing. So I actually have only one shot, and I should keep to my designated areas that I have designed. I was bragging, 1 minute ago I told you that I plan to weld here, and then I started, let's weld a little bit over here as well. I'm gonna fix it now. So here's the loose piece that fell off. So good reminder of why I have to be very, very careful when doing this. So I'm not making excuses, but setting up welding for the camera as well as for myself is always a compromise. So how about prioritizing the weld result over the camera angle on this next weld, okay? Done. Stop. Good. Nailed it. 200,000 engineers pulling their hair at home. Bread and butter of the channel. Face palm moment. There we go. So here's the damage. This thing fell off. And now I'm thinking, why am I not welding on the underside? Away from the thinnest part, where the part is at its thickest. There's a perfect V-groove there. It won't be in the way for the marbles. Why am I not welding there? Let's see if we can slip this one out. Oh, that's nice though. We are having a super promising result. You can see how everything is parallel. The weld jig is doing nice. It's just this major, massive screw up. This is a much better plan, I can tell you already now. Okay. Oh, I can actually see the arc. Yes, 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 yes. That's the way to go. Everything looks great except for the piece I obliterated. Just one tiny detail. Okay, I'm gonna challenge myself to see how fast I can CAD and make toolpaths for this new welding jig we need to save this mess I created. First, these are the two old jigs as you can see here. So let's hide those. And then I'm gonna start a timer here. When the toolpaths are on a USB stick, I'll stop the timer. Create sketch, boom. Project, I need this and I need this, boom. 10 millimeter, boom. Throw 2 random holes in because I don't want to use tabs. That's all I need. I have my shape, boom. We have the shape, let's go over to manufacture. I'm choosing a drilling operation and we're gonna do a deep drilling with a pecking depth, boom, boom, boom. Now we're gonna make a 2D contour, come on, come on, come on. And I'm gonna use a 6mm tool. Select tool, 6mm flat end mill, boom. I'm just gonna hit OK. Ignore safety warning, ignore. Post-process this to the USB stick. Folder name, blah, blah, blah. A, blah, blah, blah folder. B, save. Got it. 4 minutes, okay. So here's the gap to bridge. I'm gonna start with adding materials here on the base and slowly build myself up until I contact this loose part. It is in perfect position, so if I can weld it on here, I think I've saved this assembly. Okay, pretty good. Fast in and out now, Martin. Nothing long here. There. Got it. What a giant mess I've managed to make. That position doesn't look bad at all. That little volcano weld is not something to write home about though. Let's polish this a bit and see if we feel better about ourselves. This is clean and it feels better, I have to say. That fits nicely in the back. So I'm gonna put the tube on now and then I'll know if my calculations are correct. I had to think a lot about the thickness of the tube and how that would affect the marble space. This is not working. The marble is getting stuck. I thought it was just this that needed to be in the correct place, but also when I push it down here, the marbles is stuck. And I was like, no, I'm a useless designer, I can't CAD. And then I realized we bought the wrong tube. I found the old tube and that's much smaller. So again, I hate sourcing parts. I clicked too fast. This is the tube I designed for. This is the tube I just ordered and put on. So let me put a short piece on this smaller correct tube on. goes on much easier, and as you can see, it has a much flatter profile. Maybe my design is still spot on, just the wrong tube. Let's try change them out. Now it should roll. Perfect. Turns out my design is spot on. Okay, great. Oh my god, that was a bumpy ride, Wilson. We're home and dry now, though. I'm so happy it's all welded. One huge disaster professionally averted by yours truly. Just a bump in the road, you know? Now all the fun stuff begins. It's perfect. It's perfection. It exists. Perfection exists, okay? This is the Marble Machine X, and today I'm going to test if this machine actually works by playing 10,000 marbles in a row. The marble starts right here in the brand new clock escapement gate, where they're being dropped onto the snare drum. This part is brand new, and I'm excited to see if this marble gate can play 10,000 marbles without a single failure. After bouncing on the snare drum, the marbles should enter this funnel and then roll through this pipe straight into the machine. The funnel is connected to this marble track on the backside of the machine. The marble track is guiding the marbles down to the first lifting mechanism, the big marble lifting gear. So the marbles are then lifted up down here by this gear. The marbles are then transitioning from the first gear into a second gear to lift the marbles even higher. These gears are using magnets to lift the marbles, and we don't want the marbles to be magnetic, so after the second gear the marbles are pushed through a demagnetizer wheel. On this wheel, the magnets are ordered in an alternate south-north, south-north pattern. So when the marbles are passing over and away from this alternate pattern, the magnetism inside the marbles is totally removed and the marbles are ready to be transported up on the marble conveyor belt. The marble conveyor belt here is one of my proudest part of the machine. It starts and stops to pick up the marbles. The conveyor belt can lift 8 marbles per crank turn and drops off the marbles on these plywood lanes. On the plywood lanes, the marbles are slowed down by over-rotation. And while we're here on the backside of the machine, we can also take a look at the music program. So this part is the brain of the Marble Machine X, using programming pins to create the musical rhythms, just like MIDI notes in a music software. The plywood marble lanes here on top of the machine are dropping the marbles into the brand new marble divider. In the marble divider, the marbles can choose to go 2 ways. Either fall straight down into one of these acrylic tubes to be played by an instrument, or pass over all the channels and enter the recycling loop for unused marbles. The recycling loop starts with a divide by 4 over here. It takes one stream of marbles and divides it evenly on 4 tracks. Then the marbles go in this turn and head straight towards the fish stair. Once they reach the top of the fish stair, they can fall down into the marble divider again. The acrylic pipes are leading down through the machine into a brand new pressure valve section. This zigzag track reduces the marble pressure and makes life a little bit easier for the marble gate. So there you go, that's the full loop that the marbles have to clear today, and in today's 10,000 marble test, I'm gonna keep a very close eye on the floor. The floor right now is so clean, I don't think I've ever seen such a clean floor. So let's keep this floor clean and let's start the 10,000 test. Start. Activating hi-hat machine and snare. Listen to how the hi-hat machine and the snare slowly starts to play in sync with each other as the machine picks up speed. I'm recording the sound on multiple microphones. This is what the snare drum microphone sounds like. I feel so happy to be back making marble tests. I've redesigned so many parts of the machine to make it work better than last time, so I really hope that that will show in the results of today's tests. I'm holding my thumbs here. The machine has been playing for 13 minutes, which means it has dropped 1000 marbles. So it's time to check the floor, and so far so good. Floor is clean. Yes! The machine has now played 2,000 marbles and there's still no marbles on the floor, so I'm gonna celebrate that with a simple bass guitar. And we're cruising up to 3,000 marbles, no failed so far, so let's play some kind of kick drum on an accordion case. The machine is crushing it so far. We're now 40 minutes into the test and 4,000 marbles have been played without a single failure. Are you seeing what I am seeing? Let me put a red circle to help you focus your attention. Right there, the floor is clean, my friends. That feels wonderful to see. The machine has been playing for over 1 hour and all systems are nominal. I know from experience though in earlier marble tests that things can go wrong at the very last minute, so let's hope we can stick this landing in the end. The marble count is now at 6,000 and the machine has performed perfectly, not a single fail. And I'm gonna celebrate 6,000 by recording a suspended cymbal pattern. This pattern might sound a little bit odd by itself, but I hope it will work in context with other instruments later. My plan is to record like a new instrument for every 1,000 marbles, and if we reach 10,000, play the whole song with all the instruments together. Things are working great, so the machine keeps on playing and I'm checking in here on the zigzag pressure relief track. I love how you can see the marbles through the sides of the plywood. When there's more channels, it will not be as visible, it will be more obstructed. So let's check the time, and 13:33 looks like we actually already played 7,000 marbles with 0 fails.
Clean floor. Woo! Yeah.
This piano sound makes me think of a famous story from the Swedish band ABBA. I think it was the band ABBA. Anyway, they were in the studio and they said they had studio equipment that was so great that it could turn a $1 million grand piano sound into the sound of a toy keyboard. That's kind of what I've done with this piano sound. We are getting so close. 8,000 marbles, 0 fails, and I'm using my premier vibraphone from 1964. Probably my absolute favorite music instrument. So at this point, I'm just waiting to cross this finishing line. Celebrating, you can see there, the floor is still clean. So now there's only seconds to go. Nothing looks bad. I think I might have done it. Here is everything I did to achieve this perfect score. I replaced this masking tape with a more serious marble fence with 3D printed fence post and silicone tube that is snap in place. I found a hole in the marble fence, so I repaired it with some welding. I made a new plywood piece to guide the marble tubes from the top of the machine down to the bottom of the machine. I removed the old solution and inserted the new piece. I found this edge case where the marbles could actually get stuck in the new height-independent marble divider. So I removed one of the plywood parts and then I rerouted these pockets deeper on the CNC machine. With the deeper pockets, the marble can go deeper into this part and this edge case is removed and the marble divider is not clogging anymore. I designed the new clock escapement gate and assembled the first one and welded it in place onto the machine. I was happy as a bird this day because I knew that these were perfect and would never have any issues. Everything was going so great and I was really confident until disaster struck. Oh, this is not working. I'm way too disappointed to film this correctly because I don't want to be angry on video. In the end, when the marbles are pressing full on, turns out the pressure is actually too high. So check, this is what happens. Well, they all hit the funnel. Let's try this again. So look now. Pressure has decreased and now it's working perfectly. Let's go downstairs to the rescuing. Not happy, I'm so... I'm just trying to not... I'm trying to keep this family friendly right now. I calmed myself down and mustered up a resource of patience even I didn't know that I had. And then I cut my whole CNC bed flat and I designed a new pressure valve very carefully and a new guiding piece. I even made an intermediate version, so this is the third version I made this week of this pressure valve, and voila, it works perfect. I made this pre-tension thingy that sits in front of the spring drumsticks of the hi-hat machine, and this is pre-loading these springs and make the volume of the hi-hat machine much louder. I had a big issue before with low volume. I wanted to assemble the microphones seriously, so I needed to take the drums off and cut some of the stands out because they were in the way for the microphones. So this piece I'm going to cut off. And also this old piece is made for 2 drums, but we're only using it for 1. I'm angle grinding away the pieces that were in the way, and here you can see now how the microphone fits in much better. Shout out to Christoph Bruning for finding this angled SM57, that's the coolest mic ever. Lastly, I found a better way to fix the timing of the programming plates. I had this external shim washer system before, which meant that I had to take the plates off, adjust the timing, put them on and test again. And suddenly I just realized if I put a bolt from the inside, I can adjust the timing when the plates are on the machine, which helped me make the Marble Machine play tighter music for you today. The devil is in the details in this project, I can tell you. Perfect! It was funny, I talked to Hannes before filming this. I said, like, I'm not gonna be happy if it plays perfect. It should have played perfect 2 years ago. I'm just gonna take this for granted to nail the 0 fails. But it feels amazing right now, I have to say. The baseball bat is standing right over there. 1 marble on the floor and this machine would have been obliterated. No, but seriously, it feels amazing, although I think the machine should have been here 2 years ago. It almost went wrong with this clock escapement gate that I went all in for that design, right? But the fix we made, and it's perfect. These 10,000 marbles have passed through almost the whole system. So the lifting mechanism, the conveyor belt, the Fister lifted 65,000 marbles. Good. Divide by 4 divided 65,000 marbles. Good. Well done, little Marble Machine X. This weekend, the Vintergatan Discord server is celebrating its 1-year birthday. They are planning a 4-day long stream with all the Marble Machine videos from start to finish, with like Minecraft, Among Us and some bake-off competitions in between. If you want to be part of the Vintergatan Discord server birthday party, which I think is gonna be epic, just go to the Discord channel and check the announcement channels and you find all the links and stuff like that. So welcome to celebrate the birthday, and thank you to everyone who are supporting this crazy project through Patreon and YouTube memberships. I mean, we did 10,000 marbles and we're close to 10,000 people who are supporting this project. So I'm happy I could play 1 marble correctly for each and one of you who are supporting. That warms my heart, and it warms the heart of all the Wilsons. How are you back there? Oh, they're playing some kind of circus pyramid, you know, when they do a Wilson formation. Look how happy they are. Epic win for the project, to summarize. This is the result we wanted, and this is the result we tried to manufacture, and we did it. So I'm gonna crank down my expectations for 1 second right here and actually celebrate this win. Woohoo! That was the celebration. Tomorrow I start with a higher channel.
These past few months I've been really busy prototyping and designing and testing the trick box that I'm planning to release. And I loved watching Martin's streams in the meantime while I was playing, working in the workshop. In one of his streams, Martin mentioned he needed help fabricating some parts. And as I was already stuck in my trick box design for 2 weeks on a really difficult problem, I thought maybe I should do something else for a little time. So what he was asking for was a bunch of axles for the clock escapement mechanism. And this would be a bit of repetitive work, but I didn't mind that honestly at the moment. I could use something to like clean up all my work area from all the trick box dust and get a fresh start in my head. These axles will be used in all the marble gates going towards all the different instruments. I can't wait to see them all working at the same time. It's a real pleasure to do something simple from time to time. Just throw your challenging projects aside, clean up your work area, give everything a fresh coat of oil, and start something new. At first Martin was asking for mild steel axles, and after a little chat with him we changed it to silver steel, as I think it's much better suited for the purpose that it's gonna serve. One of the biggest reasons why I advise Martin to go with silver steel is that it has already a surface grinded finish when you buy it, so it has a really accurate dimension, giving it a nice fit. Another reason is that it is quite a bit harder than mild steel, giving it more wear resistance. And I believe it's also a bit more corrosion resistant. A downside using silver steel is that it is quite a bit harder to machine. One of the things that might be a little bit challenging about this project is making the 0.5mm and 0.7mm grooves in the shafts. I was at first going to look at carbide inserts that I grinded down. I had already a few, but not of the right dimensions. And because I needed to make a lot of them, I kind of wanted to make a tool which I could use to both make the grooves and also cut the material off without having to swap tools. And so I decided to instead go with high-speed steel instead of inserts, because if I was afraid that if I would make the tungsten too long, that since tungsten is pretty brittle, the long tips would break off pretty easily when I was using it. So high-speed steel should be a little bit more springy and not break as fast. And of course, like always, you try to aim for a certain number and get as close as possible, and the last time you overshoot it by a lot.
Ach mensen.
Here I'm rounding the tip of the tool just a little bit to get rid of the burrs from the grinding and to make the tool a little bit more durable. I'm definitely not an expert yet in this whole machining area, but I try to read up upon it, follow advice that I get from people, and just apply logical thinking. And most of all, just do it and see if it works. As the tip of this tool is so thin, I wanted to make sure that it is seated perfectly straight and not twisted in any sideways direction. I was really afraid that if it would cut just a tiny bit sideways, the tip would start walking sideways in the workpiece while the tool stayed still, and then it would break off your tip. With the new tool fitted, it was time to align the vertical height of the tool. I'm using this tailstock center to align my height with the point of the tailstock. I'm setting the tool perpendicular to the milling axis using setup blocks. And here we can finally start making our first cuts. Here you can see that I can use the tool for both groove making and cutting off the part without having to change tools. Not only is this faster, but it also prevents me from having to recalibrate every time I swap the tool out. That looks pretty good to me. And the best part is, our tool survived too. Just fitting a circlip seems to work too. I could finally start making the parts. And when I was starting up the manufacturing, I directly noticed another challenge. When cutting the grooves in the other side of the part, it would make this sound. And beside the sound, it left a really rough finish on the part. Because on one side the part is sticking out a long way, it starts to resonate when touching it with a tool. I thought I could maybe fix this with a rotating tailstock center, but I wasn't sure about the force applied while you're trying to cut off a part this small. I called up my dad, who is an antique clockmaker, and he came with the same solution, but using a hollow tip in the tailstock. And using this, it worked perfect, and I got rid of all the resonance. And here I present to you all the steps needed to make one of the 37 axles. Guided by this peaceful music, which this part will probably help recreate in the future.
Hello and welcome to Untitled Guitars. I'm Carlos, and in this video we are going to build something very cool for the cyber bass, the Funkalizer 2.0. I've been looking for this moment for months because I think we have something very cool to show, but I don't know what's going to happen with it. This is going to be a series of videos for two reasons. Mainly because I don't have all the time that I like to spend in this project. Have to manage it with my everyday job, and either I have little time to spend in it or no time at all. The second reason is that honestly I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I've never made a device like this. And yes, I'm at the cyber bass, but making guitars is my expertise, and at that time I felt more covered with Martin and the A-team. This time is a little bit different. Martin and I have been sharing sketches, and then I built all the fusion stuff. When I had something to show to him, I look for feedback and then continue from that point. And now I think I have something worth to be prototyped. In the Wintergarten main channel, you saw Martin using what we call the Funkalizer. There's a cool device designed to make the sound of the notes in the cyber bass shorter. Short notes equals funk notes. But with that design, there is one problem and one big update to be made. The upgrade comes from the fact that with this design you only can set up the instrument to play either long or short notes. But you can't play with it during the song. There's no quick change between long and short, so you can only either funk or not funk the cyber bass for the whole song. The problem is that if you push the felt too hard, looking for really short notes, because the action of the device is upwards, the strings may sound out of tune, and that's a critical failure. That answers why the Funkalizer needs to be upgraded, but what's going to be made here? Well, the short answer is that we have all the main ingredients here, but let me explain. I'd love to help Martin to climb the mountain that the MMX building is, and we all know that while he's enjoying that building, he's willing to start making music with it. And here there are some special points that make me be in a position where I can go a step forward and think about making something really useful for the MMX. The main one is this. When we were designing the Cyber Capos, I found another sterling bass exactly the same that we used to make the cyber bass. So we bought it and I made the basic steps, the transformation from 5 strings bass into a 4-one for that project. If needed, with this bass here I can make an exact copy of the cyber bass of the MMX. And there is a chance for that to happen because when you are in a world tour, it's always smart to have a backup bass. So here we have something that shares the dimensions of the cyber bass. And this here I'm going to use to develop the Funkalizer 2 from the Fusion design. In fact, as you can see, this is the future because some work has been already done in here. So let's go back to the past. So here we are in Fusion, and this is the cyber bass. So we go over here. Here is a new Funkalizer. Basically, what we wanted to do is to have kind of a scissors type of mechanism. So with these gears here, if you move this one, everything moves. So here you are in an open position, and if you go to 0 degrees, it's closed. position. So these are the felts, and as you can see, the strings are in the middle of the felts. And with these screws here, the intention of those screws is to set up the height of the felt in every single string. So the strings in the vase make kind of an arc. If you can see, if I go here, okay. Here you can see the strings made kind of an arc. It's 12 inches in radius. So to optimize the actuation of the felt, these screws will help to mimic that 12 inches radius. Everything is attached to these parts here, that I call the walls, and the walls are attached to the body of the cyber base. And here we have to make some room. What else? If I think we can go and isolate the Funkalizer, so you can see, so you can have a better look at it. These are the walls, everything is attached to the walls, and this is the open and close mechanism. And I know this is the weak point of the design. Maybe I should spend a little bit more time with it, but I think that if this scissors type of actuation doesn't work, I will have to come back here and design this from scratch. So as the on and off mechanism is modular because it's attached to the body with these screws, I think I can go farther in the design later on. So this is it. It's very simple design. My goal is to make it stiff. That's why the gears are so wide. And also here, I think that this actuator should be in real life bent here 90 degrees, so that can be easier for the player to move the actuator. And everything is in place with the screws. I probably drill the hole through the bars, because these screws here give me the impression that they're going to move over the time, and they are going to not make the correct pressure in the bar. Same here and same here. No, not same here, because this one is attached with a screw. A screw here, a big screw. That's all. I think it's pretty simple to understand. And now that the framework of the Funkalizer is complete, I think we can move on and start building it. let's talk about the changes we have from the original Fusion. First of all the holes are made for 6mm bars. All the crossing bars are going to be 6mm to make them a little bit more stiff. Second, all the gears are a little bit thinner than the original Fusion, but this composite material I think is stiff enough. Everything is going to be made in metal once I check that this works, but for now I think it's way good enough. And what else? This part here, if you remember, it was attached to the wall with a screw, and I think that that is going to add a lot of lateral pressure, and maybe it's going to make that this piece doesn't work properly. So instead of that, I'm going to use, I made this little crossbar here, which I'm going to add this nylon washer and seat clips in the both sides to keep everything in place. Now it's time to make some modifications in the body. First we have to make some holes, one here and another one here, because the lower gears are placed into the body, so we need a little bit of room here and there. The other modification that we have to make is to cut the bridge. Martin shorten it a little bit to make room for the first vocalizer he made, and we also need that space for the second version. Something has happened here because this corner should be round. I don't know if you can see, but this hole interferes with that corner, so I had to sand that away. This is wood filament. What I love about this filament is that it really have the feeling of real wood when you are sanding it. Of course, you have to be gentle at sanding, because if you go too fast, the material gets hot and it starts to melt, of course. But this is the filament that I have the best results with. Yeah, that's it, much better. So this is what I have so far. Tolerances are too tight for everything, but well, so far so good. I'm happy how this is going, but yeah, there are a couple of things to reconsider. So that's all for now. If you want to know more about this project, you know what to do. Just subscribe and hit the bell. Hopefully, I will see you soon. Bye.
So hello everyone, this is Elliot, and I'm here to make a little video about the final extensions for Martin Mullen from Wintergatan. So this is for the MMX, Marble Machine X, and I've been tasked with actually making those out of clear plastic. Yes, it's transparent, so you can't see it on camera, but it's here. So I've been tasked with testing out a few different thicknesses of plastic and make like sets of the funnel extensions. So that includes the half-height funnel extensions, front and back for each funnel, of course, and the larger funnel extensions. So I'm going to do this with the laser because that was the original goal of having somebody else do it, because doing it by hand with PET water bottles turns out it's not that effective. Well, it is effective, but it's fairly hard work, and it might not look as good as if it was done with a CNC that doesn't chip away at the plastic like a CNC would, or a hand cutter. So I'm here at my university. I've got a laser in the university's fab lab. Pretty useful, to be honest. I've managed to extract the 2D files from the step file that Martin sent over with all the funnel extensions, and I've arranged them on sheets that fit in the laser, first of all, because it's not that big compared to other options out there. I've placed all 4 different parts, and I'm first going to try out different settings with a very basic little square on the laser, just to calibrate everything for each plastic thickness and then I'll be able to cut out the actual parts without a problem and without having failed parts, because that would be a waste of plastic. In terms of plastic, what I've got is what I found basically. So Martin asked for, if I remember correctly, was 1/4 of a millimeter to 1 millimeter of thickness. So what I found was exactly 1/4 millimeter, so 250 micron, and 1/2 millimeter, so 500 microns. I'll be trying those out, and of course I've got all the sheets prepared to make at least 2 sets of each, of everything that Martin sent over. So 2 half height and 1 full height pair of extensions. So I'm going to start off by turning on the laser. I'm not wearing the mask because for filming purposes, but I'm in university, so I should probably wear it as often as possible. So now that we have no more ears because that was so loud, we can just put the material in. So we'll start with 1/4 millimeter. We'll open this up. We'll put it in a corner. We'll have to move the head around so that we're over the plastic and not over the metal. I have to focus the laser, so we have a small, very basic tool which is called a piece of plastic, and that's just a piece of acrylic that's just the right height for focusing over a material. So I bring it up until it touches the focus cone of the laser. Let me bring you in. I'm going to put you right here. So as I said, the laser cone, which is this part, should just about touch, so it can move freely between the plastic sheet. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So that's focused. As you might be able to see from the little red dot, I am over the plastic, so I can just move this pretty easily. Pretty easily, I mean, it's not very precise, but that's where it should be. I'm gonna just put you in there because it's more fun, I guess. So right now I have a speed of 20 and a power of 100, which I don't have any reference points for that. I think it's 100% of the power, which is 60 watts, I think. From previous tests I did, that should be like 40% power. You don't have a reference, so it's not going to mean anything. Speed 40, power 40. Just saving settings somewhere in my head. And now I should have a square that's just ready to, and that should be good. And that was very flashy. That's because it touched the honeycomb pattern that was underneath. Did it cut through? Let's find out. It did cut through, and it's pretty clean actually. That's very clean. Did anything get burned, like charred? No. That's actually a pretty decent setting for the first try. I have this to change. There we go. Let's go down by 10% on the power. Let's try this again. Still very flashy, but let's see. Smells like plastic now. That was also very clean. I might be able to go down more. There we go, 10% less, and we should be good. Another try. That's much less flashing. That might not even have gone through. Okay, let's see. Is that just engraving? Yep. It barely went through. It's still attached. I might need to go at 25%. And that looked like it cut off. Yes, perfect. It looks clean. Might not be able to see this on camera because it's so freaking precise, but there you go. So let me just delete what's here and load up our file, which is I don't remember where it is. There it is. Why the hell is it not showing up? Troubleshooting time.
A few moments later.
So sorry about that, just managed to get it to work. It's way too big. It's misdimensioned again. Oh, come on. Where is it? Redimensioning. There we go.
Few inches later.
That should be just scaled down. Perfect. 40 and 25, because that's going to be a 250 micron sheet. Just going to move you into the laser once again. There you go. This is good. I've got a bit of margin on each side, about 5 millimeters. So what I'm going to do is set you to time lapse, and that's going to look cool. Alright, so that was fun. You might have seen that it only cut the bigger lines, so it did not cut the small little circles and the ends on those little slots. So it was fun. That's something we have to solve, and that's not actually going to be fun. I was kidding about that. That's going to be very annoying to fix. I'm just going to leave this part here. Blazor is still in the same position. I'm going to try to fix it. Have a file that actually cuts it, maybe cuts only that. That looks pretty good, and it should detach just fine. I said just fine. Okay, the corners are snagging a little bit, but that's not too much to worry about, I guess. So, as I was saying, the corners are snagging a bit because, like, the DXF file isn't perfect. But, looks to be detaching fine. Okay, so that's one part done. You can see it's a bit burned, maybe. Okay, so little sit rep. Camera lost battery, and people came in, so I had to stop recording for a bit. But I've got glasses now. All jokes aside, it's been going pretty well because now that I found the right settings that weren't cutting before, now it's going very well. And that's the second sheet of this type with the front of the funnel extensions, and that's the 6th sheet in total, I think. So we're pretty much almost done, and now we've got only 4 left that are smaller. That still takes a while. All the time lapses were shot at 2x. I don't know how fast they'll be in the video, but that takes about, I'd say, 5 to 10 minutes per sheet. Okay, so now we're almost there. That's the last drawing with the full height rear marble funnel extensions. That's pretty much the only last sheet left to do. So this is the 250 micron one. I've got the 500 micron one to do. It's going pretty well. So I found good settings where the small details are done before, so you can see the entire line of small holes that are supposed to be the ones that join the funnel extension to the funnel, and it also does the ends of the slots, so that way it cuts out all the small details that don't have to stay on the part afterwards, so they've got time to fall down and not get everywhere when I take the piece out of the machine. So it's finished. Finally finished. That was a noisy few hours, I say. All in all, everything's clean. But now we can finally turn off this machine. Finally, because that was very, very noisy. That was a little video describing and explaining how I made the funnel extensions, I guess they're called. Yeah, that's all. It was Wednesday, my dudes.
Hello guys, welcome back to Vinny's Lab. After a long time, the MMX microphone project is finally ready. Let's dive into it. I will show you the results and challenges I had during this project. So, after 3 months working back and forth on this project, it's finally here. The vibraphone microphone I promised you guys. Now you can see and listen as well. And yes, it's the microphone you are listening right now. Let me know in the comments below, how do you think it sounds like? To understand this journey, let's have a look into the different schematic interactions this project went through. The first schematic I showed you guys in the first video on this series was impossible to simulate. It was based on the preamplifier for the AKG C470. Still, the results on LT Spice were not convincing, and Razvan and I could not figure out the issue. So we moved to a 2 op amps design. So now you can see the second design we worked on. The first op amp had a dual purpose functionality, being a selectable high-pass filter with cutoff frequencies of 20, 7 and 130 Hz and a gain stage of 10x. The second one was working as a buffer and single-ended to fully differential converter. I selected the lowest noises possible audio op amp from Texas Instruments, and that was my first mistake. The mistake I made was I ignored the quiescent current of that amp or model, and it was 20 milliamps. And if you know phantom power, you know that you cannot drive more than 15 milliamps as total load. So I had to remove it from the circuit. The first op amp would drive the output directly, but did not work despite the fact the simulation was working correctly with amplification and filtering. The circuit was super noisy and prone to oscillation. That could not be possible. I used very short traces and a 4-layer PCB with the external layers as ground planes to shoot as much as possible of the signal path. So that design and PCB's destiny was the trash and start over again. This time I learned my lesson. I decided on a discrete bipolar design with a simple feedback loop. The simulation results were promising, so instead of manufacturing the PCB, I prototyped it. While I was on holidays in the Netherlands at husband's house, we swapped it and got the excellent frequency response you can see on the video. Now, let's go to the detail camera so I can show you guys how the final design looks like compared with the first prototype. So, as you can see, comparing the two microphone bodies, the final design is smaller. The reason for that is I decided to not include any high-pass filters on it. After the first PCB fail, I went with the most simplistic circuit as possible, and will leave it to Martin to filter the audio on software as he wishes. The new PCB looks excellent, and I made the microphone pads on a way I could solder the capsule directly on the PCB, increasing reliability over transit, since MMX will travel the world. Now I will assemble the second one and let Wilson protect them during the trip from Germany to the south of France. If you stayed with me until now, I have a gift for you. All the project schematics, PCB and mechanical drawings are available on Vinny's Lab GitHub. The link is in the video description below. Also, I'm leaving below a link for our Discord server, where you can access the public channels and see what I'm working on and interact with the community. If you like this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you wanna support me, please consider to join Vinny's Lab Patreon, where you can access those projects before anyone else and also collaborate on the designs I'm working on. By the way, did you watch my last video about the YAG laser? I have big plans for it. So subscribe right now to the channel so you can keep yourself updated with what I'm going to build with that laser. I see you on the next time.
Hey Martin, it's an honor, thank you. It's an honor to build some very small parts for the modern piece of art called the Marble Machine X. Although a better name would have been overgecompliceerde muzikale knikkerbaan 2.0, but hey, it's your baby. You asked me to make 40 custom M5 rods, 6 centimeters long, flattened on one side with a little hole in it. The first 20 rods I made with precision, with focus, like an engineer. The last 20 rods I made the way I always make stuff. Can you spot the difference?
Hey, welcome back to ADHD Engineering. Today we're going to turn this piece of stainless steel bar stock into the bridge for the bass guitar on the Marble Machine X. Get into this old Tony mode here. Alright, 100 millimeters. Right around there. Now, I think if you just put a Sharpie line on this, I think that's what does it. You just... Now, this works for Tony. Let's see. It's called a jump cut. Oh, it's so funny. A jump cut. That's You're so... Alright, so timeout. I shot this footage a year ago, and because I didn't have anything else to kind of follow that footage up with that's also funny, I kind of just sat on it. You know, there are a lot of things that I am. I'm an inventor, an entrepreneur. There's a whole list of things that I am, and comedic genius isn't one of them. So I hope you forgive me. I'm still figuring out the kind of the gist of this channel and how things are going to flow. But I got the rest of the footage to show you of how I actually made this bridge. And I think it's interesting, especially for Marble Machine fans, because this bridge has already has its own kind of funny end story once it got onto the bass. And so hopefully you'll like this footage. And what's cool about it is that the music you'll hear going over it is music made from the instrument I made this part for. So there's that. So this is funny. I actually got this part dialed in terms of speeds and feeds, and it looked a little weird as I was cutting this, and then I realized the Tormach has a high speed and a low speed position on the belt, and it was in the low speed position, so oops, crash. Yeah. This is the speed that pelt is supposed to be going. A lot faster, and I actually reduced the depth of cut a little bit, and it was able to face off this part a lot better, I think. And here I'm engraving, but I'm only engraving one letter before I break the drill bit, the engraving bit, and I don't realize it until the very end, and I see that all I have is the A. I did a lot better on the second one. Drilling. These are deep peg drills. I actually did everything with a 1/8 drill first because I had a recipe for deep drilling with a 1/8 inch drill, cobalt drill. That worked really well. I knew the speeds and feeds and they were perfect, and so I just used that as a first op drill just because I knew I wouldn't break the drill bit. I had that recipe just dialed in, and then I did the other side, the other holes, larger sizes as needed. Here we've turned it on its side. The string holes that you just saw are up at the top of the plate now, and I'm doing a surfacing most of the stuff off. And you can't, it may not be evident, but right here I wrecked this part. It's hard to see from this angle, but the Tormach doesn't have anything to keep the tool from pulling out if you engage the material too aggressively. So you can see I actually ate into the vice jaw right there a little bit. The tool pulled out of the holder and ended up cutting too deep. And this right here is me redoing all the operations you've seen before and starting again. I actually had to remake this part. right there I was taking too aggressive of a cut, so I lightened up a little bit, took half the depth of cut, and you can see now it's cutting a lot nicer. But before, the toolpath for doing most of that clearing was an adaptive toolpath, which isn't as pretty once it's machined, so I actually left some axial stock there and then came back with a series of offset pass cuts to give the bridge this nice linear textured pattern, nice machine finish there. Not that it mattered given what Martin did to it later, but spoilers. Alright, now this is a fixture plate that I'm about to bolt the base of the bridge to. And one of the cool things about doing this way is that since I'm making the fixture in the mill, as long as I don't take this fixture plate out of the mill, it's perfectly aligned for this last operation. I put these holes in it, I give it a little bit of relief behind the base so that it's not just a flat on flat sort of operation. I tap the holes and I can put the base plate on here through its own mounting holes, and that allows me to access the sides of the part and do all of the finishing operations in exactly the way that I want. It's pretty cool. And so the bridge for the marble machine base was finished. It was beautiful. Martin and Carlos put it onto the base in France. It was beautiful, and everyone lived happily ever after. I'm just kidding. Martin took a cold saw to it, cut the tip of it off, and so he could put the funkalizer right in front of it. And you know, I really don't mind, because on the marble machine engineering team, having your parts grinded by Martin is a badge of honor, and I think to this point I'm the only one who got the cold saw treatment, so I really felt the love there with that. In any case, it was a blast doing it. I love every single time I watch a marble machine video and the bass is playing, my kids will point out like, "Hey Daddy, you made that part." Super proud of it, even though he cut right through the middle of my logo. But I gotta say, Martin, I know you're looking at making the funkalizer a little more dynamic. I have another piece of stainless steel. We could make another one. Maybe a little integrated hinge here so the funkalizer turns on and off. Huh? Maybe? Call me. You know where to find me. And for everybody else, thanks for watching. Another episode coming up really soon. Chat with you.
Can I record myself? Yes? No? Maybe?
Can you hear me now? What a crappy mics. Oh, I know something. Wait a minute.
I think this improvised microphone will suffice for now. The truth is, I've never done a video like this. I will do what I can with the stuff that I have, like mobile phone. That's basically it. But I do have a workplace that I've been really busy to build in the past year, and it's finally done. I'm trying to start for myself in 3D printing and prototyping, and occasionally making art. Now, I've been following Martin already for a few years, and I really like the stuff that he's making. I only never expected to be building a part for his new MMX machine myself. The parts that I'm making are the Cybercaps, or the Cyberbase wheels. These are the wheels that are running over the strings of the Cyberbase guitar. Martin made a sketch of what he wanted, and Richard turned it into a real drawing that you can build, and figured out what sizes everything needed to be. And Richard asked me to do the building part. I think Richard also came up with the idea to use Lego wheels for the rubber, which was a really good idea. Here I'm making the nylon rims. They are made from nylon so that they don't use any lubrication to run really smoothly on the metal polished axle that we're gonna make. It has a little groove in the middle, just like the original Lego wheels, to fit the rubber Lego wheels that we're gonna use. The nylon that I'm using now is an extruded nylon rod. I was searching for cast nylon as it has a little bit better properties than extruded nylon. It's a little bit more moist resistant, has a bit more dimensional stability and better lubrication properties. But I couldn't find any rod of this diameter, only much bigger diameters, which also brings up the cost significantly. But I think this will be good enough for what we're using it for. Here I'm going to make the steel axle that's gonna sit in the middle of the nylon rim. I'm gonna polish this as smooth as possible so that the wear that it has is the least I can get, and it will keep on running pretty smooth. When using abrasives on a machine, it's always smart to put something underneath it to catch the abrasive debris falling off it, to prevent it from coming into your bearings or in your slideways. I'm measuring in the more coarse sandpapers to find out if I'm still above my goal diameter, and when I reached it I can start using finer sandpaper. In between all the sandpapers, it's also really good to clean it first so that you don't have any coarser grit sanding debris still on your work, which makes coarse marks on your work while you're already using finer sandpaper. I'm using the tailstock on the lathe to make the metric tooth thread through the center. I got it free running on the slide, so it pulls itself in and out. But I'm turning the head with my hand. Only when I'm done I can automatically run it out. Here I'm using another tool to find the end of my workpiece and get a 0 on my electronic scale. I don't know if this is actually the best way to do it. If somebody else knows a better way, I really like to know. But for me it works so far. Now I'm going to make the frame for the wheels. I'm going to make this out of aluminum because I know Martin is using the angle grinder a lot, and when you're gonna grind aluminum it will clog up your grinder, so I kind of hope to protect all the future works that people do by clogging up his grinder when he's gonna use it on this. The round feature on the end of the frame was something I was thinking about how I was going to make this. At first I wanted to do this by hand because I don't have a turntable, but then I got thinking about using the divider that you use to make gears, for example, on the mill. I made a mock-up frame with a center point punched into it, and using a center as a way to find out when the fought jaw is in the correct position, And then by locking two of the jaws, I could mount different frames in it every time with the center point on the same place. And then I could mill the same radius on all the different frames that I put into it. For aluminum, I'm using WD-40 as cutting fluid. I'm applying this with a brush because I do love the smell of WD-40. I find it a bit too much to spray it around through my whole workshop. With a brush you use way less, you can do longer with it and it doesn't get everywhere. I'm taking really small cuts on this workpiece because I don't have the machines that long yet and I'm trying to learn how they feel. On the first test cuts that I made, I noticed there was a lot of play on the axles of this machine. So during this project I actually took apart the whole machine to get rid of all the play in all the slideways and bearings. And it seemed happy with all the new grease and oil that I put in it, as it happily sprayed around the axis around my workshop for the first few runs. Now the wheels are done following the design, but I came upon this problem where if you want to disassemble them, the axle can rotate with the last screw that you're trying to get out, and that way you can never disassemble it when the wheel is around it, because you have nowhere to grab the axle. So I came up with an idea that should be helping with this, especially when Martin is going to use Loctite on those screws, which is a really good thing because this will be vibrating a lot. I made a small slot on the arms and in the axle, so you can stick in a flathead screwdriver and hold the axle down while you're screwing out the last screw on the other side. From all the different options that we discussed with different people, this seemed to be the one with the least amount of modifications, and also the one that was done without needing to make new parts, and it was one where you don't see the modifications and the end results, because the slot was getting covered by the screw itself. Then there was also something else that I thought that could be better. When you have flat rubber wheels running on a string, you need to align this wheel and keep it in line really accurately in order to keep it from going off your string. I tried this on a bass guitar that I borrowed from somebody, and indeed they were pretty hard to keep on the string. So I decided to try and make a whole set of wheels with all kind of different grooves on it. I first wanted to go for bigger size grooves, but testing on the guitar showed me that the smaller strings would still walk easier out of the bigger grooves than making wheels specially have smaller grooves for the smaller strings. With the proper sized grooves in the wheels, the string is actually direct with the wheel on its alignment error instead of the string rolling off the wheel. But I can also see a problem with this potentially, where the alignment error directs the string sideways, increasing its tension and thus also increasing the tone pitch. I will just make a bunch of wheels and let Martin figure out what works best. While making the grooves on the wheels with heat forming turned out really well, I still had a challenge on how to make them look nice, and I ended up using an ice bath and then using a Dremel in the lathe on the highest speed to get rid of the material before it warmed up and turned into a goo that would stick to everything. I hope these wheels find their way safely to you, Martin, and I wish you good luck with finishing your MMX machine, and I hope to see it somewhere in real life sometime. Now, if you haven't seen the marble machine yet from Martin, or the new marble machine that he's building right now with the community, you should definitely take a look at his YouTube channel, Winter Garden. I will put a link to it in the description below or somewhere here on the screen. It's a real marble machine. I mean, marvel of a machine. Actually, it's both.
Hi, welcome to ADHD Engineering. I'm Tim. I'm super excited to kick off this channel by making a very simple part for the Marble Machine X. Now, if you haven't heard of the Marble Machine X, you're my mom. And mom, go check out the links in the description below. It's an amazing project with a bunch of engineers across the world all helping this one obsessed YouTuber and brilliant musician create a mechanical masterpiece. So go check that out. This first part though is very simple. It's $4.93 and it's the end of the line for the funnels and the marbles as they go through the instrument and get plopped back into the machine. I'm also working on the funnels, the parts that catch the marbles, but we're going to cover those in a different video. Now, I've intended to create this channel, ADHD Engineering, for quite some time. It's been a project that's been in the back of my brain, but it's taken being part of this team where it seems like everybody has a YouTube channel, from Machine Thinking, Alex CNC, and of course Martin with Winter Garden Wednesdays, to really convince me that, yeah, this is something I can do. So to all you guys, thank you. You have literally inspired me. Now, I could have made this part from solid bar stock, but since this is a tube, I would have first had to center drill, bore out, and then get the internal diameter of this piece of metal into the final dimension. But what was simpler was to make an expanding arbor for the lathe, which then allowed me to use this stock. This is very thick wall, but it's already hollow, and the inner dimension was actually very close to what we needed for this part. So all I had to do was make these parts to length, program the CNC lathe to do both sides, and we were good to go. Features on the sides, you got to hold a round part into a square vise inside the mill. And what would have seemed obvious was to use a couple of V-blocks. But you can see that the outer part of this part is not that big, and so you don't have a lot of surface area to support that cylindrical face. So what I did instead was to make a couple of 3D printed soft jaws. I had this part in the computer in CAM, and so just doing a subtractive edit from a couple of solids to make a jaw that I could put into the mill vise, hold this very steady, and then do my last operations was super easy. Now from there, it was just a little bit of hand polishing, some hand tapping. I even let my son get in on the action, and we were all done. So that's it. Part number 491 for the marble machine is in the bag. Martin's already made his modifications to it and welded it onto the machine, and it's been a blast just being affiliated with the project. Before we go, I want to tell you a little bit about where this channel is going to be going. Yes, for the marble machine, I'm really just acting as a machinist, but this is not going to be a machining channel. This channel is going to be more about entrepreneurship. ADHD Engineering is an effort to support my nonprofit business incubator, which is called Inventopia. We're here in beautiful Northern California. We're affiliated with UC Davis, which is a powerhouse research university. And at Inventopia, we have dozens, literally, of entrepreneurs who are pursuing things from robotic mushroom harvesters to replacement heart valves. And all of us have some spare business ideas. Maybe they're not as big as the things that we're working on full time, but things that we would like to pursue nonetheless. So ADHD Engineering is going to be less about just the science and engineering of making stuff, but also about the process of creating an actual real-world product. And there'll be an opportunity for you to get involved too. If you have something that you think the world needs, but no one has actually produced it yet, maybe let us help you. So if that sounds interesting to you, please let us know in the comments or subscribe. If you think that it's going to be worth our time to put together a channel talking about that stuff. And until then, thank you for watching. And, oh dude, I have a sweet idea. Let's make a rocket sled, right? Go out to the train tracks and just see if we can get up to like 300 miles.
Thank you very much for watching. It's a bit of an unconventional episode today, but I hope you liked it. Just a bit of building for Martin's marble machine. He asked on his Discord server about 4 weeks ago if there's any parts that need making, and he replied with, "Yeah, we've got these parts." So I made them for him, and I shipped them to him about a week and a half ago. And yeah, we'll leave a link in the description to Martin's Discord server, and we'll also leave a link in the description to Martin's YouTube channel, Wintergotten. Any of the links we'll add, like our Discord server, our GoFundMe page, lots of other stuff. Up here we'll put some screenshots of Martin with the parts. Hopefully Martin's video will be up about it. Yeah, like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, Ravens. I hope you are enjoying your summer. I certainly miss all of you, and I'm excited to get to see you again in September. Hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll see. But in the meantime, I wanted to give you a bit of an update on an exciting project that I've been working on. I've talked about in a lot of my classes the Marble Machine X project, which, if you don't know, is this incredible music playing marble machine that Martin from the band Wintergotten has been working on for the past 2 years. It is this absolute masterpiece kind of in the making. It's been an incredible journey watching. If this interests you at all, I really encourage you. You've got plenty of time on your hands. They're at video, I don't know, 135 or something like that. So it's been, 2 years of following Martin's journey in creating this machine. Really, really interesting and exciting design and engineering and art and the intersection of all those things. So highly recommend. But where I come into this is really exciting for me. So one of the things that I've always loved about the Marble Machine X project is that Martin has been using Fusion 360 for the CAD work to 3D print stuff, and mostly to do a lot of CNC machining and just the overall design and planning as well. And so it's been really interesting watching him learn about Fusion 360 and seeing how that applies to what you folks learn in my classes about Fusion 360. The thing is, over time, as this machine got designed and developed, as you can see, there are just an incredible number of parts on here. If you were to count up all of the hardware, just like nuts and bolts and screws and things, we're talking in the thousands. And when you try to model all of that in one assembly in Fusion, it can get quite clunky, sluggish, right? So really hard to load. Navigating around, if you're not on an incredibly high-end computer, would be pretty choppy, pretty laggy. And just hard to work with in general. Another issue that came up for Martin was that over time, if he'd be making fixes on the machine or improvising some parts just by hand, the physical machine over time became a little bit divergent from what was modeled in CAD. And, when you're starting to look at cable management and finding clearances for different parts, it's really important that the CAD model, as accurately as possible, reflects the actual model. As well, Martin's wanted to make the CAD model available for other users and artists to make interesting things out of having that model, but the excessively complicated and clunky, all fasteners included CAD model doesn't really work well for that if you're thinking about sharing it with other people for them to use in other applications. So what Martin did a few weeks ago was reach out to the community and ask if anyone would be interested in getting involved with kind of overhauling the CAD model. And so was formed the community CAD team that I'm a part of. We're about 150 or so. I'm not sure the exact number. CAD users from around the world who are pitching in our time to, for now, redo the CAD model of the Marble Machine X. And we're actually going to do this in a few phases, so a few models will come out of this. The very first model that we're working on, the first phase, or maybe even phase 0, is what's called a defeatured model. So what we're doing is taking every single part and simplifying it to just the geometry that matters in terms of its location and clearances, but removing anything that slows down load times or makes any of that, moving the camera around or working with the file choppy. So taking out every fastener, most holes for the fasteners, no modeled threads. If there's multiple bodies that are the same material and they're rigidly connected together, we're just making that a single part, just to really like ease up on the computational requirements of this. Along the way, this is also going to help track down all of the parts, all of the various CAD models, wherever they happen to exist, and kind of pull that all together as we're simplifying it, so that when we move on to the next stage, which would be to make a fully manufacturable version of this with all of the threaded holes and every fastener accounted for, we have at least a good place to start. So that's step one, and it's a massive, massive undertaking. It's going to take a lot of hours and a lot of people to do, and it's just about one step at a time. So I actually got a part assigned to me a couple weeks ago. It is this part here, which is these tracks as the marbles come out. So they hit the vibraphone, they go into this funnel, they go through a tube, and then they come out here, and then they roll together and end up merging with all the other marbles from various parts of the machine back into the loop that takes them up to the top. So this part, as well as this bracket, was my assignment. I actually had the original models from Martin, so it was just kind of tidying that up. And then in terms of modeling it on the actual machine, this is a piece of plywood, but it's kind of warped and bent. So just kind of had to do a quick and dirty bend to this whole thing to make sure that it lined up with the other parts. Not too hard. I'm not going to show you that, because as soon as I submitted it, basically the next day, Martin uploaded this video that I have open here. And it's basically just, hey, I'm chopping off this piece and here's the replacement. So my task continues. And so this is the new part, the new version. Very beautiful. Like, look at these marbles rolling. And they kind of speed up as they go in. Very interesting part. So I have to remodel this. Luckily, I get to keep this bracket, but I'll still show you how that came together. Then we've got these parts here, which is actually fairly straightforward because I have the original files from Martin. There's another bracket under here that I have to model. That's a big chunk of the work, and that's what I'm going to focus on today. And then the last thing that I won't get to today, but maybe in a future video, is this piece here, where those tracks come together. And this is not modeled in CAD anywhere. Martin cut this just freehand with everything in place to make it fit. So I'm going to have to approximate this as best I can based on this screenshot basically, and the other geometry that I have. But I'll save that for a future video, or I'll just show it to you later. Now, I have a strong suspicion that I'm going to have to redo this again. No shade to Martin, but and I've seen other people talk about this problem. So these are very thin pieces of plywood. And if you watch the video, Martin takes a lot of care to bend them and secure them in just the right way so that he gets this exact kind of motion that he's wanting, where they kind of come out slow and then they speed up as they come around the corner. Now, as this goes on the road on a world tour, these bits of plywood are going to warp and bend with humidity changes. And so that's going to throw all of that fine calibration out the window. My expectation is that I'm going to be redoing this part at some point, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And for now, let's have some fun. I thought it would be an interesting thing for those of you that are learning Fusion 360 to see how I approach this challenge here. So to kick things off, we'll just hop over into Fusion here. This is actually the file from Martin that I got. So you can see here are those curved pieces of plywood. And then what he did, he modeled these in 3D with these curves to fit the actual assembly, and then took the top plane of these and made that into a 2D shape so that they could be cut out on the CNC out of plywood. So really all I care about are these things, which it looks like, okay, so they're a separate component. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to export this component. I'll save a copy as. I'll just call this VibeTrax redo. And now I've opened that up. So one thing that we've talked about a lot in Fusion 360 is this idea of rule 1 of creating empty assemblies or empty components and building each individual part as its own component. For this de-featured version of the Marble Machine X, part of the CAD guidelines, the standards that our team has put together, is kind of the opposite of that. Anything that is its own part, so in this case, these tracks along with that bracket that they attach to and the thing that collects them all, that's just going to be a single component made up of just bodies. So these bodies aren't going to be individual components. So this is a fine place to start, given that I just have these bodies. So that's great. So one thing that we're also doing is trying as best we can to have every part use the same origin. So here is the current version of the base assembly that my marble tracks are a part of. And so they're going to attach right in here. So the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to insert this in, try and just kind of roughly line it up and see what's going to need to happen. I'm just placing this really roughly just to kind of get a sense. So when I start the next part of this, I know that this is like at least kind of in the right spot. So when I move this here, we can see the origin for this part, that's this one, is way over here. And what I would like is for this origin to be down here. So actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this whole component. We'll do a point to point, and we'll move that origin down to there. Now, the other thing is that the origin of this is rotated from the origin of this base model. So I should actually rotate this whole component over this axis, 90 degrees, to get that in line. So that's if the origins are lined up and now the part is not lined up. So what I'm going to need to do is edit this part so that it is in a different place relative to its own origin. So I could go back and do that in here, but I wouldn't know where to move it. What I can do in here is I can say edit in place, and we'll capture that position. And now I can move bodies. I want to move all of them, and we'll just do free move here. We're just kind of roughly getting it into place. So now I'm moving this relative to its own origin. This is so that when other people are loading these models into an assembly, they are already going to show up in the right place. And they don't need to track down like exactly how they align. So then what I can do is I could check this, finish to edit in place, save this, okay. And once that's done saving, I'm going to flip back to the other file. And we can see that it's got an out of date warning. So I'm actually just going to close it and open it up again. So now we can see the origin is down there. We've got our part here. And the next step is going to be working on that bracket. And I'm just going to flip to the video and show you exactly what I'm talking about here. And it's this piece here that is going to take a little bit of work to model, and I'm going to have to make some assumptions, but I'm also going to base some things off of measurements from the actual model as it exists now. I don't think any of the assumptions I'm going to be making are really critical measurements. If I needed to, I could submit a request to Martin to take a measurement off the machine, but I don't think that's important. Unfortunately, I don't have the CAD model for this, which is odd. So, I mean, it's possible he just did this by hand on his CNC, just because it's just a repetitive geometry. We're not sure. I'm not sure. But what we can do is model this to the best of our ability. So this piece here fits onto the assembly here on this metal bracket. So it's the underside, and then there's a top bracket that I already have from the last time, a top half of this. And so those two together kind of sandwich the track pieces. So you can see there's that part there. So we've got these 11 rails for the marbles as they come out. Although I don't even know if they contact these because the curved rails are above them. These notches in the back are to clear these, and then there's some kind of posts here just to help with spacing, because some of the tracks are thin on the end and some are thick. And so here, where we've got two thin ones side by side, there needs to be a spacer. And so that's that piece. The way that I start with something like this is just on pen and paper. And here's just my rough sketch of kind of just some of the basic geometry, just starting to map out some of these numbers that I can know. So where do I find these numbers? So some of these things came from this other model. For example, the spacing between each of these I know to be 34 mils. Okay, that's right here. Another thing I could figure out was the height of this part, because the other part of the bracket I already had modeled, and I know the total height of that metal bracket. So that's pretty straightforward. Then some things I could figure out based on the parts that I did have are, for example, this width here, all of the short ones are 7 mil, and all of the long ones are 19.8 mil. So that tells me that this is 7 mil, and this, I actually just rounded this up to 20. Again, these aren't critical dimensions. Here, this cutout here, this depth is based on, again, what we know about this part here. So the other bracket comes to about here. So we could measure how much further down we needed to get to clear this. And then in looking at the actual part, I think he went a little bit lower just to make sure there was good clearance. So I just kind of ended up eyeballing that. But this is a place to start, just rough sketch and starting to flesh out some dimensions. And then other dimensions got added to this sketch as we went, as just kind of note keeping. But another really important thing I needed to know was, where does this bracket live in relation to the origin on the model? And that again came from this version of the model. I can simply measure from, for example, this plane to this plane, and that tells me 70 mils. So that means that's where the part needs to start, is 70 mils off of that plane, and I could do that for the other two planes. So in my sketch, that's this. I just know that it's 70 mils this way, 40 mils this way, and 901 mils up. That's the starting point. So we can go in and start making that happen in here. It is back from the origin by 40 mils off of this axis. So I'm gonna go ahead and make a new plane to work from that is negative 40 mils back here. And this is where the sketch is gonna go. Now I'm just gonna rough in this rectangle here. It's kind of here, but exactly where we will define with dimensions. Okay, so let's do that. Dimension this wall to this plane, which is sometimes a little tricky for Fusion to know that I want to select. There. Okay, that's that 70 mils that we just measured. And this bottom to here is that 901 mils. And for now, I'm going to just turn off these bodies so that they're out of the way. Another rule we have in the CAD guidelines is that all of our sketches need to be fully constrained. That means everything is black, no blue lines. A blue line means that something is not constrained. Something still has some freedom of motion. So clearly I'm missing the width and the height of this rectangle, which I do know this to be 17.75, this to be 390. So there's our rectangle. That's the outer shape of this part. So now let's start making this geometry here. So I'll just pull up my sketch again. So some things I'm going to need to do. We have this rectangle cut out here. We actually don't know this width, but it will be kind of just dictated by other parts of this geometry. We know that there's a 7 mil gap, and then we have this kind of rail that rises up and then comes down. Exactly how wide that is, I think we can calculate. We'll figure that out in a second. There's this arc in here. We don't know the radius. We don't know how deep into it is. We're just going to kind of eyeball it, I think. And then there is this other notch cut out for the clearance. And we do know how deep it needs to be at minimum, but we'll eyeball that. And we can also figure out how wide it needs to be again at minimum. And then this feature is just copied 11 times down the way. So we don't need to model that every time. We'll use the rectangular pattern tool right within the sketch. Another best practice that we have is trying to do everything as much as we can in a single sketch, just to minimize the number of timeline features that need to be loaded in. So we're going to put all of this geometry in a single sketch and then do all of our extrudes off of that one sketch. So let's get started here. First thing I know is that there is a rectangle that kind of goes the whole way. And we don't know the width of that yet, but that's okay. Then we have a rectangle up. It's got an arc in it. We'll deal with that in a sec. We also have a rectangle down. Now these two rectangles are supposed to be stacked on each other. I think probably the easiest thing to do for this is place a construction line, I think is what I'm going to do here. Because I'm going to need this center for a few other things as well. And then what we can say is that the midpoint of this needs to be on that line. Now, if I move this, so I can move this whole thing around, that's fine so far. And then I can play around with these things. So what do I know? Back from here, I know that this gap here needs to be 7 mil to fit the 7 mil track. I also know this depth here is going to be 8.75. That is certainly not right. Oh, it might be right. we haven't gotten this depth down yet. What does this depth need to be? Well, actually, we know that the tracks themselves are 7 mil thick, as well as 7 mil wide on the short ones. So we can dimension from this top line to this bottom 7. I suspect it's not that deep though. I think my drawing has this from the wrong spot. That's 8.75 from the top here. I think it's certainly deeper than that. But we'll fine tune that later. And in fact, because we're not 100% certain about this measurement, and we're probably going to want to change it later, I'm actually going to make this a parameter. So if you haven't seen parameters yet, this is one of the most useful things to know. It's basically a way to set a variable or assign a number to a name, and then you can use that name anywhere as a dimension. And then you can just go change that parameter here in this menu, and that change will propagate through everything else that is using that parameter as a dimension. You'll see what I mean in a sec. We will call this, what is this? This is like the clearance height. And we'll call it, I'm just going to call it 9 for now, because I think it's probably closer to 9. So here in this dimension, instead of putting in the number 9, I can put in clearance height, and that will just set it to 9. What else can we figure out? So we know that the spacing between each of these rails is 34 mils. So that's 34 between the centers of them. It's also 34 between the edge, like this left edge and this left edge. So if we know that from here to here is 34, and we know there has to be a 20 mil gap in between for the rail to fit, that leaves 14 mil left over for this block here. So we know that from here to here, 14 mil. What we don't know is the height of this. So we'll make another parameter here, and we'll call this rail height. To start off with, I think like 1.5 mils, like it's pretty small. Okay, it's still not fully defined, obviously, because this can move around so much. How we're going to figure that out is probably by measuring on here the distance from this plane to the middle of this hole. And we get the minimum, the max, and just the distance to the middle, which is 25. That's the one we're after. We can see it if I highlight it here. So that tells us that from this edge to the center of this geometry, which we have that handy construction line, that's 25 mil. So we can go put that in the sketch as well. From here to this line, 25. So now all that geometry is nice and locked in, which is excellent. We just need this arc as well. Something I suspect is that it's the same radius as the tube, the pipe that comes in. So inside this metal bracket, there's actually a plastic tube, and the inner diameter of that tube, 18 mil. So I suspect that the little rail actually kind of sits right here and has that 18 mil. So I'm just going to go ahead and use that and not worry too much if I'm 100% correct. So we'll actually just move this down manually, and we'll worry about locking it in later. For now, I'm actually just going to lock it in place. So now we have that. We could do the extrudes and then use the rectangular pattern tool to make a rectangular pattern of extrudes, but it is easier on the computer, on the processor, to just copy this geometry over in the sketch and then do a single extrude for all of them. So let's do that. We will create a rectangular pattern and select all the geometry that we want to copy over 11 times. I'm just going to get the stuff that we actually care about. I don't need this bottom line here. We're going this way. We want to make 11 of them. We know the spacing, and that spacing is 34 mil. Boom. And so there we go. We have that all the way to the end. And very last thing is this final wall here. It doesn't know where it's supposed to be, but we know that it needs to be 7 mil from that. Done. Now, a couple things I'm thinking about here as I'm going. This is not the correct number. I remember now. It's actually quite a bit less. It's actually 20.5. I think that was a miswriting there. And you see as I do that, because these other parts are based on that, I'll undo and redo it, and you can see they all update, which is a great reason to use rectangular pattern. A few other things we need to add in the actual part itself. We can see, if we look really closely, there is a fillet to these corners as well as these inside corners here to round it out. So the outside corner fillets, I am just assuming are the same as the metal bracket in the assembly that we're basing on, which is 2 mil. These inner ones, we're just going to kind of eyeball. And again, it's not a critical dimension, so we're not going to worry too much about it. So we will add a fillet here, and it's also over here. And that is a 2 mil fillet. And we will also add a fillet here and here. And we will make that perhaps a 1 mil fillet. Now we can see something has gone up with our stuff, and I think that is because added those fillets, it broke the rectangular pattern. So I just undid and put the fillet in before making the pattern, and now everything is nice, and all we have to do still is constrain this to here, 7 mil. Boom. So there's that sketch done. So let's go ahead and extrude so we can finish the sketch. Notice how nice and clean our timeline is so far. Let's turn back on our bodies just so we have a sense of what we're doing here. So we need to come out this way. And how far are we coming out? This thickness, this is 18 mil plywood. So we're going to come out 18 mil. And then we'll do this cut separately. So we're going to go ahead and extrude all of this geometry here and here. 18. It's not visible because I've turned the bodies off. And so there it is. And then last thing we need to do for this piece of it is turn back on that sketch. We need to cut out this clearance in the back. Let's just take a look at that here. So that's cutting into both this rail and just the main body as well. One thing I'm just noticing now, I'm remembering I've forgotten about these rectangles. So we'll grab those in a sec. First, let's just do this quick extrude here. Okay, we gotta go back 4 mils as a cut. Boom. I know that's 4 mils just from the other part. This sticks out 4 mils. Okay, so let's go in and add those spacers. And the best way to do this, again, we're not going to make a new sketch. We'll just edit our old sketch, get rid of these bodies. Actually, we'll use the bodies here to tell us where the spacer goes. Here and here. Okay. So it's a rectangle. it's going to be the same height as these rail. We don't exactly know the width, but we do know that from here to here has to fit one of those rails, and same thing on this side. 7. And we could rectangular pattern if we wanted to be really fancy, but that seems silly. Okay, finish that sketch. Go back to this original extrude and just include these rectangles in. Boom, boom, okay. Look at that, timeline's still clean and it's all there. Let's hide that sketch. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Next step, let's just get these other bodies and move them up to where they're actually supposed to be. So we'll go ahead and select all of these and we're just gonna scooch it up. I'm just gonna move it up first just to kind of see where it is. And then I'm gonna use point to point to just put it right in place. And then you'll see some limitations of this. I have to hide this so I can grab this point and just scooch it right into here. Boom. Okay. Now some issues with this model. Obviously there's some like weirdness just because of the way that Martin modeled these, but these are plywood pieces, so they're pliable. And so we're not really concerned that like, this piece is kind of clipping here. It's not going to be a big deal, but at least we know that they're in roughly the right location. So then we know that the ends are in basically the right location. The last thing I'd need to do is add this upper block that goes up on top that kind of sandwiches them in. I have it modeled from previously. However, I want to keep this again to just be a bunch of bodies inside of a component. And if I import this in, it's going to be a separate component. So the kind of hacky way of doing this is going to be to go into this file. This is the sketch that defines it. And I'm just going to copy all of that, go back into here, back into my original sketch, paste. Where did it go? It's down here. Bring it up. I can point to point this to here. We can see it's still blue. That's just because it hasn't been constrained. I'm just going to like tell it you are locked into there. Boom. Okay. Okay, it's a little awkward that our circles are like not even. This circle again was just kind of arbitrarily placed to get that little arc there. And we could change that if we needed to. But let's finish this sketch. We'll have to do this as a separate extrude. And we need to bring out this and this all the way, 18. It's going to think we're trying to cut because it's going to sense that it sees those. We actually just want a new body. And I'm just noticing that I forgot to bring out these. Oh, did I get myself into trouble by having these circles? Four mils in. It knows to do the cut. There we go. Turn off the sketch so it's not so ugly. And there we have what it looks like on the back side. One thing we'll notice here, ooh, look at that. See, that's that outer rim of that pipe. And so that's here where this clearance is coming in. So that's good that it does in fact clear that. You might be thinking, ooh, this looks bad that it's kind of clipping into here. But remember, inside of that pipe is that tube, the PMMA tube, that is a little bit tighter diameter. So it actually, these edges don't clip. And if they do, I'm sure Martin sands it down. So whatever. Okay, so we can save this. And just to double check everything, we'll hop back into here. We can see that it is not up to date. So we will click get it up to date, please. And all those changes propagated in, perfect. And there is our part so far. 1, 2, 3 bodies, and then these all swirl around. So still to do, I obviously need to make that back section. That's going to be a real pain in the butt, but we'll make it happen. As well, there are these little kind of clippy things under here. that you can see in the video as Martin starts assembling this. He attaches this kind of guide clip to keep the spacing correct between them. So I'll have to model that. The model that I have is not this actual part, so I'll probably base it off of that and go from there. It also doesn't perfectly fit these parts anyways, so we'll see what we can come up with. Shouldn't be too hard. But so long for now. Keep an eye out. Maybe you'll see some of this work in a future Wintergatan Wednesday video. Definitely subscribe to Wintergatan on YouTube. Follow that project. It's super exciting. And again, can't wait to see you all again in September. Fingers crossed. I hope. But otherwise, have a great summer. Bye.
Bienvenidos al canal Wintergatanesque. Soy Carlos, la voz de Martin en español y el luthier que hizo Cyberbase. En esta ocasión os traigo algo especial hecho para este canal. Voy a contaros cómo fue la construcción del Cyberbase y lo vamos a hacer despacio, paso a paso, sin prisas. Vamos a ello. Empecé a trabajar con Martin en 2018. En el Wintergatan Wednesdays número 54, Martin pedía ayuda a la comunidad para terminar distintos trabajos. Entre ellos estaba el ondofón, un instrumento monocorde. Al ver el concepto del ondofón, me explotó la cabeza. Yo seguía Wintergatan y conocía la MMX, y cuando vi a Martin con ese concepto para un nuevo instrumento de cuerda, me lancé a rellenar el formulario. La realidad es que no tenía nada claro que me fueran a llamar. El mundo de la MMX es un mundo de ingenieros y yo era un luthier que conocía SolidWorks, pero no Fusion 360. Aún así, Chris contactó y empecé a trabajar junto con Florian y Tommaso en el diseño del ondofón. Mi parte del trabajo fue sobre todo definir las dimensiones del instrumento. En instrumentos de cuerda, todo depende del rango tonal que quieres conseguir, cuál es la nota más grave y cuál la más aguda. Aunque era todo muy cooperativo, Tommaso se encargaba del CAD y Florian de hacer el prototipo, y todos, incluidos Martin y Chris, aportábamos ideas y hacíamos avanzar el diseño. Florian es un máquina, y se sacó de la manga el precioso prototipo que se puede ver en el Wintergatan Wednesdays número 111. Allí podéis ver también qué falla en el ondofón y por qué. Espero que llegue un día en que podamos retomarlo y hacerlo avanzar hacia algo real. Evidentemente, durante aquel tiempo yo pensaba en el bajo. Quería hacerlo, pero tampoco quería forzar nada. Si tenía que pasar, pasaría. Tiempo después, fue el propio Martin quien me ofreció hacerlo. Hay una pregunta que siempre me hacen. ¿Por qué el Cyberbase es una modificación de un bajo de fábrica? ¿Por qué no hacerlo de cero? En la MMX, todo lo demás está creado exclusivamente para la máquina, excepto el bajo. La respuesta no es sencilla, todo forma parte de un proceso. Y ese proceso comienza con un primer boceto. Este primer boceto lleva el diseño del bajo a lo más sencillamente funcional posible. Líneas muy simples que encajaban perfectamente con la posición del bajo en la MMX. Dado que el diapasón se toca desde arriba, no es necesario que el mástil tenga curvatura trasera, podía ser plano. Así sería más firme a largo plazo y mucho más sencillo de fabricar. Dada la posición del músico, un diapasón plano también era la mejor solución. Destaca el hecho de que desde el primer momento se tenía claro que se querían montar 4 pastillas, una por cuerda. Como veis, era de dudoso gusto. En ese momento pensaba que la belleza de la MMX se conseguía gracias al conjunto de los diferentes componentes, sin necesidad de que esos componentes fueran bellos por sí mismos. Por extraño que parezca, si en algún momento se hiciera una Marble Machine que estuviera enfocada solo en la funcionalidad, creo que este sería el camino a seguir. La opinión de Martin con respecto a este primer boceto es que no parecía un bajo de verdad, y que era necesario que en la MMX el bajo pareciera que lo habían encajado en la máquina. Así pues, tocaba comenzar de cero. En esta ocasión, traje de nuevo las formas de la primera Marble Machine. En el desarrollo del CAD de la MMX, el bajo era de hecho el mismo que en la primera máquina, así que me pareció adecuado que, ya que tenía que parecer un bajo, fuera el mismo bajo que todos teníamos en la cabeza de la primera máquina. Por cierto, el bajo que se usó en esa primera máquina es la versión oriental del Hofner que hizo famoso Paul McCartney con The Beatles. La principal similitud con respecto al diseño anterior residía en el difusor, la pieza central que se tendría que encargar de controlar el rebote de las canicas, y también en el hecho de que las pastillas estaban situadas justo debajo. A mí esa característica me preocupaba, porque tener las pastillas tan escondidas hace que resulte difícil el ajuste y la posible reparación. Este diseño, aparte de las líneas clásicas del Hofner en el cuerpo, tiene también un mástil de escala larga que está inspirado en el clásico de Gibson, The Reaper. A pesar de la clara evolución en el concepto, a Martin tampoco le gustó demasiado, así que fue entonces cuando puso encima de la mesa el concepto de comprar un bajo y modificarlo. Puede parecer que perdimos mucho tiempo y esfuerzo con estos diseños, pero en realidad no nos habíamos puesto en serio todavía con el proyecto. Hasta mi viaje a Francia no supe por qué Martin quiso hacerlo así. Sin embargo, en alguna comida de las que compartimos allí se lo pregunté. Su respuesta fue que empezar desde cero simplemente le ofrecía demasiadas posibilidades. Si partes de un bajo ya existente, tienes un marco sólido con el que empezar, y así te es más fácil saber a dónde quieres llegar. Dado que el bajo es una parte de la máquina en la que ni siquiera se pudo centrar demasiado durante el diseño, esta forma de pensar le parecía más eficiente que las millones de posibilidades que ofrece hacer un bajo desde cero. Habíamos avanzado mucho en el concepto que queríamos hacer, pero básicamente no habíamos empezado a construir el bajo. Sin embargo, el proceso es así. Lo difícil no es construir el bajo. Lo difícil es saber qué quieres construir y por qué. Así que me dediqué a recorrer bajos en el mercado buscando el más adecuado. Finalmente me decidí por el Sterling por varios motivos. El más importante de todos es que era de 5 cuerdas. Como veremos luego, necesitábamos ese ancho extra en el diapasón. Queríamos escapar también un poco de la típica forma Fender sin ser demasiado agresivos. Además, este bajo solo cuenta con una pastilla y 3 controles, así que seguro que tendría las cavidades de debajo del golpeador muy pequeñas. El mástil es paralelo al cuerpo y atornillado, y todas estas características simplificarían mucho los trabajos posteriores a realizar. Aquí lo tenéis, un Sterling Stingray de 5 cuerdas. Este que tengo aquí es exactamente igual al que modificamos, aunque ya tiene hecha la modificación a 4 cuerdas. Lo compramos meses después de terminar el Saber Bass para diseñar los Saber capos en él. La idea era montarlos aquí, dado que los dos bajos son exactamente iguales, sabes que va a funcionar sí o sí. Pero aquello tuvo un final inesperado. En mi opinión es un bajo honesto, no pretende ser más de lo que es por el precio que pagas, y eso no es tan habitual en este mundo. Las grandes marcas viven de las apariencias, todo el mundo pretende parecer más de lo que realmente es. Por poco dinero, tienes 5 cuerdas, un puente estable, una pastilla pasiva con un previo activo, un volumen y un ecualizador. Puede parecer poco, pero a cambio son buenos componentes. Para empezar, había que desmontar el bajo pieza a pieza y hacer ingeniería inversa para llevarlo a Fusion 360. Tradicionalmente en ingeniería se parte de un diseño y lo conviertes en un producto, pero en ingeniería inversa tienes un producto y lo conviertes en diseño. En nuestro caso este paso era fundamental, ya que era la única forma que tenía de mostrar mis ideas a Martin sin tocar el bajo real antes de tiempo. Ya había empezado a trabajar las formas con las fotos que había encontrado por internet, pero al recibir el original pude seguir escaneándolo y rehaciéndolo en 3D. Para ello, lo primero es desmontar el bajo completamente. Luego, escaneas los perfiles. En Fusion usas esos escaneos como imagen de fondo para dibujar y después, con tu mejor amigo el calibre, vas tomando medidas y rehaciendo todo en el ordenador. La medida de referencia sobre la que se basa todo es la escala. Esta es la distancia que hay entre la selleta y la cejuela. Se suelen usar varias medidas estándar, en nuestro caso 34 pulgadas.
Una vez que tenemos el bajo en Fusion, podemos empezar a centrar la atención en uno de los puntos clave. Todo el instrumento gira en torno a un punto concreto, el punto donde la canica golpea la cuerda. Es con diferencia lo más importante de todo el bajo, y todo lo demás se construye alrededor de ese punto. Es crítico, porque si la canica golpea la cuerda y no rebota o no llega al embudo, bueno, entonces tienes un buen problema si estás intentando hacer un instrumento musical con canicas. Ese punto es tan importante que todo el bajo se creó a partir de él.
Durante todos esos meses, hubo alguien que se ocupó de ese problema, Philippe. Suyo es el diseño final de las Cyberwings, y fue él quien hizo todos los cálculos para saber el espaciado necesario entre las cuerdas, así como el ángulo y la distancia a la que tenían que caer las canicas. Lo que llamo la geometría del instrumento es el trapecio formado por el puente en la base inferior, en la superior la cejuela, y a los lados la primera y la última cuerda. Estos lados tienen que ser paralelos a los lados del diapasón. Dentro de ese trapecio se reorganizan el resto de cuerdas, dividiéndose así tanto en el puente como en la cejuela. Nuestro objetivo está marcado por los puntos de rebote y tenemos que construir nuestro trapecio en función de ellos. Empecemos con la cejuela. Hay varias medidas fijas sobre las que tenemos que partir para hacer nuestras mediciones. Una es el largo de la cejuela y el resto el calibre de las cuerdas que vayamos a usar. Con estos datos podemos calcular la distancia entre las cuerdas que necesitamos. Pero hay dos formas de calcular esa distancia. La primera es forzando a que el espacio entre las cuerdas sea el mismo. Esta opción es la más usada en guitarras. Se justifica sobre todo en guitarra clásica, donde el calibre de las cuerdas es muy parecido en las 6. La gran mayoría de las calculadoras que se pueden encontrar por internet usan este sistema. La otra forma de calcular la distancia entre cuerdas es haciendo que los centros de las cuerdas tengan el mismo espaciado. Este método es más adecuado en nuestro caso, ya que de esta forma, si alguna vez se usase otro calibre de cuerdas, lo cual es muy probable en el Cyberbass, nunca cambiaría el ángulo de la cuerda y mantendríamos el punto de rebote de la canica exactamente en el mismo punto. Necesitamos saber también cuánto margen queremos dejar a los lados de la primera cuerda y de la última. Depende del gusto de cada uno. Un estándar suele ser unos 3 milímetros, pero al hacer la cejuela de cero podemos usar lo que queramos. Hay que tener en cuenta que este valor sí variará si cambiamos el calibre de las cuerdas. Con todos estos datos ya podemos calcular las divisiones necesarias. Empezamos por los bordes, la primera y la cuarta cuerda. Ahora sumamos a cada lado la mitad del calibre de la cuerda. La primera y la cuarta. Ya tenemos dos centros. Ahora dividimos la distancia entre esos dos centros entre 3 espacios. El resultado lo sumamos a cada lado. Esos serán los siguientes centros. El espacio entre la cuerda segunda y la tercera debe ser igual que los dos que acabamos de dibujar. Listo, ya tenemos todas las medidas necesarias.
Solo nos queda decidir el material que vamos a usar para hacer nuestra cejuela. Existen muchos tipos en el mercado, pero para mí ninguno ha mejorado a lo tradicional, el hueso. El hueso tiene la dureza y la densidad justa. Se puede trabajar con él y es duradero en el tiempo. Tiene unos típicos armónicos agudos que son agradables al oído. Por mucho que hablen maravillas de otros materiales, La realidad es que es el material que se sigue usando a día de hoy en los instrumentos de gama alta, sobre todo en los acústicos.
Una vez que tenemos los puntos donde nacen las cuerdas en la cejuela y sabemos que tienen que pasar por unos puntos determinados para el rebote de la canica, calcular los puntos de las selletas en el puente es relativamente fácil. Solo hay que hacer la proyección de esos dos puntos y cortar en el final de la escala.
Bueno, vale, no es tan sencillo. La escala nunca es exacta. Depende del material y el calibre que esté hecho la cuerda. Es por esto que los instrumentos eléctricos tienden a tener una selleta por cuerda. Estas selletas se pueden mover hacia adelante y hacia atrás para generar esa compensación. Es lo que se llama octavación o quintaje del instrumento. Con ello se consigue que la octava de una cuerda tocada al aire sea perfecta y que la compensación promedio en el resto de trastes sea aceptable. Aceptable que no perfecta, pero eso es otra historia.
En el Cyberbase, esto añade un problema extra. Al mover la selleta hacia adelante o hacia atrás, se varía el ángulo que forma la cuerda en nuestro trapecio, con lo que cambiamos el punto de rebote de la canica. Finalmente encontramos algo en el mercado que era exactamente lo que necesitábamos. Para atajar el problema, usamos este puente de Hipshot. Con este puente, además de regular la selleta hacia adelante y hacia atrás, y hacia arriba y hacia abajo, con este pequeño tornillo de aquí también se puede regular hacia la izquierda y la derecha, teniendo así un control total sobre la posición de la selleta en el espacio. Este movimiento nos ayuda a compensar el desfase provocado por la octavación, haciendo así que el punto de rebote se quede exactamente en el mismo sitio. Sin embargo, aunque este Hipshot Kikas es una maravilla, como era de esperar, la distancia entre las selletas es demasiado grande para este y para cualquier puente que haya en el mercado. De nuevo, la ingeniería inversa sale al rescate. El proceso es parecido al del bajo, solo que al ser formas geométricas no es necesario hacer escaneos previos. Con la pieza original, un calibre y paciencia, vamos construyendo nuestro modelo en Fusion. Lo importante aquí es construirlo de forma paramétrica. Es una manera de trabajar específica de los programas CAD. Se trata de construir tu modelo de tal forma que cada valor introducido esté relacionado con los demás. De esa forma, al cambiar un parámetro, el programa recalculará el resto del modelo en base a esas relaciones, ahorrando mucho tiempo en el proceso y ganando exactitud. Una vez tenemos nuestra pieza de partida en Fusion, podemos hacer las modificaciones necesarias. El resultado es una copia exacta del modelo original con las distancias que nosotros necesitamos. Bueno, en realidad no es exactamente igual. Estos surcos que sirven de guía de las selletas tienen cierta holgura. Los hicimos un poco más estrechos para evitarlo. Tim Keller, que luego fue el líder de los brocas rotas, fue quien se encargó de mecanizar esta pieza. Un trabajo perfecto, como podéis ver. Bueno, hasta que Martin pasó la moladora por encima para hacer sitio al Funkalizer.
Hemos hecho una conversión completa desde las 5 cuerdas originales a las 4 que tiene ahora. Si os fijáis en el bajo y olvidáis este sospechoso agujero de aquí, podéis ver que las cuerdas están armoniosamente separadas. Si no tienes el ojo entrenado y no te dijeran nada, pensarías que este siempre fue un bajo de 4 cuerdas. Para mí, esa es la prueba de que este trabajo está bien hecho. Lo dejamos aquí por esta vez. Ya tenemos un bajo que se puede ajustar y, sobre todo, en el que se pueda definir exactamente en qué punto va a rebotar la canica. En el siguiente capítulo nos encargaremos de darle sonido al bajo y hablaremos tanto de las pastillas como de la electrónica, así como de mi viaje a Francia para montar todo el instrumento allí con Martin. Os espero.
Hello Martin, hello Wintergarten community. My name is Philip and I'm a trained event technician from Germany, working in the live industry for over 5 years now. Today I want to address one of the not so pressing but really important issues of the MMX, miking the vibraphone. As you all know, the MMX creates a lot of background noises which could get in the way of miking the vibraphone in a traditional way. Because of my experience, I came up with some ideas of different ways, but to be honest, I also don't have the one-for-all wonder solution for this problem. More, I want to give some concepts which definitely need a lot more testing on, especially the real MMX. First of all, I want to thank my friend Michi, who helped a lot by providing the vibraphone and while we recorded the tests. Overall, we tested 4 different microphones in different positions. Furthermore, all tests were done with a condenser microphone in cardioid setting, recording the vibraphone from above. For better comparison, I will put the condenser microphone on the left side of your speaker and the other situational microphone on the right side. So therefore, I highly recommend listening on your headphones and, or better, with the possibility to pan the audio between the channels of your speaker. All the tests were done 2 times. First, by playing the vibraphone plainly. Second, with a speaker positioned approximately 50 centimeters behind the condenser microphone, playing back some background noises from the MMX. I got them from one of Martin's videos, and I hope you won't strike me for this, Martin. Lastly, all of the microphones are directly recorded into Logic Pro X with a UA Apollo Twin interface, so I didn't do any altering of any kind, just preamping and some level adjustments. After all this talking, I would say let's get started. First, we used the Seducer CQ S8 pickup microphone, which is often used in pianos. We started mounting the Seducer microphone on an aluminum plate clamped under the vibraphone plates. The interesting point about this microphone is that it's not only capable of recording sound coming from objects, like a contact microphone, it's also capable of recording sound coming through the air, like a normal microphone. For more technical information, I'm going to put the link in the description. Now, listen to the first test. And now, the second test with the background noises. After these tests, I would also have wanted to stick the Seducer directly to one of the resonator pipes. Sadly, I didn't do it. But I also wanted to show you some of the recording I did on my table with the microphone stick on the table and the Bluetooth speaker connected to a sinus generator with different frequencies over the microphone on different positions. For comparison, I also tapped next to it on the table. Next off, we use the DPA 4060 lavalier condenser microphone, which is normally used for recording speech. The interesting fact about this one is that it's not only really small, it's also capable to handle sound pressures up to 134 decibel SPL. With this one, I wanted to try to get a recording from the inside of one of the resonator pipes. Actually, Martin tried this one before, but he didn't quite succeed because of the specific microphone he used, as it got distorted at much lower sound pressure. But now let's hear the test. And again with noise. As you can hear, we got some mediocre results out of this testing. First of all, the microphone wasn't secured inside the tube, so it could hit the walls from time to time. Secondly, at some point the microphone got distorted due to the standing wave created inside the resonator tube hitting the sweet point and overloading the microphone. But now let's move on to the third microphone we used, the DPA 4099, designed to mic acoustic instruments as close as possible. For that reason, it's able to handle even higher sound pressures up to 140 decibel SPL. It doesn't sound much, but actually it's 2 times more sound pressure due to the logarithmic function of decibel. Because the microphone is bigger than the 4060, we couldn't just stick it in the resonator pipe, so we had to create one from PVC. and a vibrato from a drumstick and some good old gaffer tape. The first testing we did was with a hole cut in the bottom of the resonator pipe, but listen for yourself. Sadly, as you can hear, the pipe didn't quite resonate as it should. I'm not quite sure, is it because of the hole in the bottom or the pipe itself? So we decided to go for a second test where we put the microphone from the side and closed up the opening with tape. Now listen again. And now the second test with the background noises. Unfortunately, the pipe also didn't quite resonate as it should have. So for another test, we decided to go with the original pipes and hanging the microphone inside one of the pipes. For this to work, the vibrato was out of use. And now the second test with the background noises. And lastly, to get results for this microphone in a normal condition, we try to mic the plates from underneath as close as possible, so we could also use the vibrato. And again with noise. All these tests didn't leave me quite satisfied, and actually more testing could be really helpful to get better results, especially with working resonator tubes from PVC. But now let's move on to our last microphone, the Levitt LCT 640TS condenser microphone, which we already heard in recording the vibraphone from above. This microphone has a special twist to it, as you are able to record both diaphragm sides of the capsule separately. So the front, which you are hearing the vibraphone mainly, is coming out on the bottom XLR connector, and the back side, which you mostly will hear the background noises, will come out of the side with a separately mini XLR connector. For better understanding, I also put the link in the description for more technical information. But for now, listen. And now the second test with the background noises. In the second test, you could clearly hear the differences from the front and the back side, especially with the background noises. For this microphone, a combination of polarity shifting and filtering could do the trick. But I don't want to do this quite now in this video, as it would take too much time to compare the possibilities and to get good results, and it would be much better to do this on the real MMX with real life conditions. In the end of this video, I don't want to give a final decision. As I said before, these tests should be considered as collected suggestions for more in-depth testing, especially on the real MMX. Again, I want to thank my friend Michi for helping and all of you for watching this video. And Martin, I hope I could help a little in developing the MMX even further, and to end this video, I can only say, I believe.
Hey MMX fans, Maureen here from Meticuli Designs. I've been wanting to make an animated visualization of the kinetic fingers ever since videos 82 and 83 when they were introduced and subsequently disparaged. Maybe seeing them moving will help people like them better, or at least help them understand what Martin's going for. I've got two versions to show you. This first version is the fingers with moving joints controlled by spring steel and a cable mechanism, which I detailed in my companion video. Go check it out! What I like about this is it actually looks like these fingers are dropping a marble. The second is with rigid fingers. This is the direction Martin seemed to be headed the last time he talked about them. I think it kind of looks like spider legs, or maybe a typewriter. On the original machine, the fingers were the marble droppers. Hopefully you can see how the design has evolved for the MMX. I think it'll work well for its function of being seen from far away.
If you're here just to see some lovely chips fly and stuff being made, you can jump to the timecode right here. But this story is much more than just about making something. It's about the importance of perfect timing. And you, dear viewer, are an important part, arguably the most important part, of this story. Buckle up and stick with me here. I promise you all of this will make sense and come together in the end. A couple years ago when Martin started making the Marble Machine X, it became a tradition for my wife and I to watch the Wintergarten Wednesdays. There was one video in particular I really enjoyed, Dropping the Ball Precisely, number 52, which thoroughly goes through all of the engineering challenges and potential solutions for the precise timing of the dropping of the marbles. This video impressed me so much that is the only comment I've ever left on a Marble Machine X video, even though I've watched all of them. Little did I know, I would eventually be helping to solve a related problem. While it's not obvious in this video, there's a problem here that Martin isn't talking about. Specifically, he wants to keep his hand at 6 o'clock when the balls hit, regardless of the beats per minute of the music. At the time, I was pretty much a YouTube nobody, maybe 3,000 subscribers on my year-old channel. A few videos later, testing the mechanical rhythm machine number 55, the timing problems were discussed in even more detail, specifically how different beats per minute put the rhythm section out of sync with the marbles. In that video, Martin shows how he can compensate for the delay by adjusting the rhythm section by rotating it forwards or backwards relative to the rest of the machine to keep the timing tight. And that's when it happened. On the very same day that video was released, in a case of incredible timing, my YouTube channel started to explode. In the next 3 weeks, I would climb from about 3,000 to an amazing 75,000 subscribers. While the explosion in subscribers is amazing enough, timing had another important side effect. It started putting me in touch with other much larger YouTubers, perhaps none larger than Destin from Smarter Every Day, who suddenly shows up in my inbox and wants to chat. And another stroke of great timing, there was an event he was organizing, ThinkerCon, happening just a few weeks later, and he asked me to come and be a creator. To the public, ThinkerCon was a one-event evening where you got to come and meet your favorite YouTube stars. What the public didn't know was that there's actually a lot of time for the assembled YouTubers to meet and greet at mixers and discussion panels, and it was an offhand remark, perfectly timed in hindsight, that I made during a discussion that Martin was leading. After it, he approached me and asked me if I wanted to build a part for the Marble Machine X to solve a problem he was having. You can only imagine how happy and excited I was. He wanted to make it so the handle would always be at 6 o'clock on the beat, and that the rhythm section would always be adjusted to keep tight sync with the marbles dropping. Some kind of adjustable clutch would do the trick, I thought. Once back in the San Francisco Bay Area, I got to work. And this is the story of making it. First, I had to design it. My goals were that it had to be robust and strong, quick to adjust with no tools, highly repeatable, the default position should be locked, and safe, in that it had no pieces sticking off it that could catch on something. It should also be easy to adjust in dark environments, and finally, it should look good. Okay, let's get started. First, I got a nice big piece of brass stock. I'm going to make the sliding ring first. And wait, what? How did those marks get there? Well, you need to wait for the montage. After making the marks, I cut it off with the cold saw. Because this is going to slide back and forth on the splines, I need to bore it out to 55 millimeters. And exactly. Now, I've left some extra material on here, both in terms of the outside diameter and the length. This is firstly because I'm going to have to clamp it more times, I'm going to ding up the outside, and why I'm leaving on some extra length will make more sense later. Both of these will be turned to final diameter later in the process. But the cutting of the actual splines is in the montage. You're going to have to wait a little bit more for that. For cutting the splines, I had to make a custom cutter for that I've made off camera. It uses a threading insert, so it has a 60-degree cutting edge that I know is pretty perfect. And it also means that in the process, if I have to replace that cutting edge, I can just, pop this out and turn it around to do that. I cut the angles on my large Brown & Sharp swivel vise that I have. That thing is an absolute beast, but it's a great tool for this. And you'll see that I made this piece on the back here that's a separate piece of steel, and that's to give it support, because what happens is when it wants to turn when it's cutting, and it puts a tremendous amount of pressure on this very thin piece that's right here. And so I reinforced it with that, and I think this is going to work really well. Now I'm making the splines the ring will slide on. I love turning brass, but it has one big downside. It tends to throw a stream of tiny chips into your face. So because I have to turn down a lot of brass here, I'm putting the cutter upside down on my holder and running the lathe backwards. This will make the chips go downwards, which is much better when there's a lot to do. And what the? The splines have already been cut. Well, okay. Gotta do the montage sometime. Hey, Martin.
Yeah, Will?
I know you've got some better music we can throw under the montage.
Sure. How about, let's see, perhaps this one?
I made a dummy shaft and it fits beautifully. Now to do the same with the flanges that will go on the ends. Everything on the Marble Machine X is in 5, so I'm drilling 5 holes here. For Christmas, I promise I'm getting myself a proper set of brass drill bits. So this is an operation that I had to think very far ahead of time how I was going to handle. When the clutch is assembled, I want to make sure that these lines line up when it's indexed to the proper mount. If I was to just drill the matching holes and tap them on this side, it means that this could end up like that or that and not be lined up. So when I made this ring, I intentionally made it a little too tall. When this is done, this will sit on here and it will sit a little bit less than flush. But for right now, it sticks up a little bit, and that's good because it means that it can hold this other piece pretty firmly there, especially when I put this very close-fitting mandrel in the middle. What I'm going to do is on the lathe, I'm going to make basically a transfer punch tool that I can use in these holes to mark this gear so I then know where to drill and tap it. So I've quickly made up this piece, which is just a piece of steel with a point on it. I'm going to use this as a punch to transfer the hole to the splines so we know where to pick them up and drill them. Take this, gonna line it up that matches on all the other sides. Carefully put my punch in like that. Okay, and that made a nice punch mark in this, so I'm going to go ahead and use that to then drill and tap to. So you probably can't see this, but if I bring the quill down, I have the same tool that I used to make the punch mark, and now it goes straight into that. So I know that I have the quill indexed correctly with the hole. With that out of the way, I can finally turn the ring down to the proper length. I need to broach a slot so the clutch can be keyed to the shaft of the Marble Machine X. I only have imperial-sized broaches and keys, so although almost everything on the Marble Machine X is in metric, I did sneak in some imperial dimensions in here. And there we go. A beautifully broached slot. So to figure out how to index it this way, I had the idea to use some gauge blocks. So the key is in there, and by using the gauge blocks up against it, I can get it squared up, and I can tighten it, and then I can take these out, and I can come over to the other side, and I can check that it's a snug fit there as well. So now I know that this is oriented, splitting the difference between these two sides. And look at that, bang on center, absolutely perfect. Now that all the parts are done, it's time to turn them to final diameter. I made a collar for the temporary shaft to fit into. Then, with the parts on, I'm using the tailstock to squeeze everything together. I experimented with many ways to try and hold the ring in place, but hot glue worked the best. A light chamfer around the edges, and it looks great. So there we have it. Looks beautiful. I can truly say that this is the one part I have probably been dreading the most, which is to use these punches and put the numbers on this. So I literally just sent some pictures to Martin and had a discussion with him and figured out how he wanted to lay this out. So this is currently in what would be the 0 position, and I'm not sure if Martin is going to advance this side or this side, but either way, that would advance 10, for example, or that would then be 20. he's going to have to figure out which way he wants to do it. But we did agree on the numbering. So I just practiced a whole bunch on a sample piece that I have, and I think I have it down. This is one of those places where if I mess up, there's a little bit of room for recovery. I could probably take the outside diameter down again a little bit, but I really don't want to do that. Okay. Okay, not terrible, but not great. Okay, it's definitely easier on this side. This side has a little bit of wiggle to it, and it makes it a bit harder, but we're going to roll with it. It was at this point I wisely decided I was not going to be able to stamp the part to anyone's satisfaction. So I called upon the expert services of Marlon Hazel, who is the very last hand engraver in San Francisco. She does beautiful work, and the clutch is no exception. Look how awesome those numbers are. I want the ring to be in the locked position by default, so I used spring steel cut and then bent to shape with heat to make some really strong springs. So installed the springs. There's only 3 of them because that is more than enough to keep them engaged. Remember that one of my requirements that it had to look good? Let's do some polishing. This is a very similar technique to my acid etching micrometer dials video. Check that one out for more details. The main difference here is I'm using semi-chrome for the polish. I will say though, if I wish I spent any more time in this project anywhere, it would have been here in the polishing and painting of the parts. I was really trying to push to get this part shipped out so it could be in Martin's hands in time for catch-up week, so I only spent one evening on the polishing and painting. And while parts of it look great, I think it could have been even better. For the painting, I was going to try a different technique with something called cold enamel, which is essentially a form of epoxy resin. Even though I used it before, this time it wasn't really working out. So, in a semi-panic, I resorted to Sharpie paint pen, which worked okay, but not great. It's not shown here, but if I let the paint dry a little bit longer, it actually comes off really easily and cleanly. The rest of the dial didn't take that long at all, actually. And that's it, all done and ready to ship to Martin, and ready to be a critical part of keeping perfect timing on the Marble Machine X. And while that's true, there is another kind of perfect timing here, and that perfect timing is you. If it wasn't for the support and appreciation I've had from so many people at exactly the right time, an incredible sequence of events wouldn't have happened, which led me to making this part, which in turn is to provide perfect timing for the Marble Machine X. I am exceptionally humbled and proud to have been a part of this, and I thank you for helping to make it happen. All I can say is your timing was perfect, and I'm so happy for it. This isn't the last connection I've made, and there's more exciting stuff to come in the future. Thank you very, very much for watching, subscribing, and commenting. It really has enabled things beyond my wildest dreams. Thanks again. I'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Thomas, and this is Pilot's Workshop. Welcome to this quick little video. The other week I was once again visiting Martin from Wintergarten to work on his Marble Machine X. This reminded me about 2 more parts that I made for him in the last summer, but that I never finished the videos for. So I thought better now than never. The parts in question are 2 V-belt pulleys that drive the demagnetizer wheel on MMX. The job sounds straightforward, but was a bit difficult design-wise, as all parts of this machine are. The space around the pulleys underwent a few design changes over time, and that way got very narrow. For the smaller one of the 2, it was quite a task to fit a pulley that was large enough, while also being possible to mount and get back off the machine when necessary, with very tight access from only one side. Because of that, I designed it in a very stacked and fully integrated way, so that the assembled pulley appears as one unit with mounting screw, bearing, and everything else secured inside. And before visiting Martin and his machine last summer, I made it on my lathe. Securing the bearing inside the pulley works with a snap ring. I made a small tool for cutting the snap ring groove on my grinder and cut that last. The pulley has a loose connection to the demag wheel through a square area. I made that with the help of needle files. And that's the first pulley finished. The second and larger one had a much simpler design since it was nicely encapsulated on both sides and really didn't leave any open questions. However, for this one, the making was a bit tricky because of its larger diameter. So large, in fact, that my small lathe almost got to its limits. And I couldn't hold it in my 3-jaw chuck anymore. So first of all, I had to make a simple glue chuck to hold a piece of flat stock. I used super glue to then hold it in place. The biggest task for this part was to reduce the raw stock closer to the final dimensions of the pulley, because my lathe also got close to its power limits and constantly slowed down or stopped. Once the first side was flat and smooth, I took the part off the glue chuck and turned it around. I first cleaned up the surface of the chuck and then used the center bore I made to position the piece. From here it went straight forward. The pulley had to be connected to the programming wheel with 5 screws, so I used the lathe to mark the reference circle. Then followed a small geometry exercise. Finally, I put in the keyway, and both pulleys were ready to be mounted on MMX and drive the DMAG wheel. So when I visited Martin last summer, I brought them with me and put them in the machine. And here is what it looks like. So see you in the next video.
This is Pilot's Workshop. Thank you so much for watching.
I watched Wintergotten's first marble machine video a while back and was just blown away. The amount of creativity and engineering that went into making that machine was just incredible. The thing that really put it over the top was just how good the song was too. I think he owes me a couple hundred views on that video. Now, Martin has been designing and building his next marble machine, which seems like it's going to be on a whole other level, and it's been a ton of fun following along in his videos. I was so surprised a couple months ago when I got an email from his team asking if I would be interested in fabricating a couple parts for the Marble Machine X. I have this relatively small YouTube channel out here on my remote farm in Oregon, and they somehow knew of me and were confident in me enough, I guess, to ask if I was interested in contributing. I jumped on the opportunity, of course. I was working mostly with Marius, who sent me the 3D model of the machine and the parts I was to make. The first part they needed were corner gussets on the lower frame to help stiffen things up. This was going to be pretty straightforward. They were just parts to be cut on the CNC table. The second part was a bit more complex. It was rolled cross bracing that matches the curve of the programming drum. It was a little intimidating jumping in on this because I wasn't going to have the marble machine in front of me to test fit pieces. I was going to have to study the 3D model and make sure the parts I made were to the exact same measurements and dimensions. I got the CNC plasma table loaded up with a sheet of 1/4 inch material and got to cutting. I don't know what the heck I did. I must have loaded the wrong G-code file or something, but the table cut out something totally different. So embarrassing. I had no idea what that was. I reloaded the file, and this time it cut what it was supposed to. After the parts were cut, I cleaned up all the edges with the flat disc on the angle grinder. The part I was most nervous about on this project was rolling the tubing to the exact radius in the 3D model. I felt the only way I was going to be able to accomplish this would be to route out a jig that I could match it to. I clamped down an old 2x12 to the table and surface the top side. I flipped it over and ran the program for the underside, which surfaced it first and then cut out the pieces that will form the rough shape that the jig could be cut out of. To design the jig, I made a copy of the cross bracing, isolated one side, and leveled it out. Then I was able to copy some of the arcs and build the jig around the bracing. I imported my SketchUp model into VCarve to set up the toolpaths and preview how it'll look, before lastly exporting the G-code for the CNC routing table. I used a 1/2" end mill to pocket out the area that the bracing will sit, and then step down to a 1/4" end mill to profile around the outside of the jig, cutting it out of the form. With the jig done now, I had run out of excuses to keep putting off the rolling of the tubing. I narrowed up the dies to match the 1" square tubing I was going to use, and started running the piece back and forth in the roller, cranking down on the center roller with the bottle jack as I went. Once I started getting close, I checked it against the jig on each pass. I figured that if I rolled it past the radius I was shooting for, I was screwed and I'd be starting over on a new piece. But luckily that didn't happen, and I thought it matched the jig really well, and was able to pull it off again on the second piece. I used the bandsaw to cut off the ends of the tubing that wasn't rolled. This type of roller always has a little bit of waste. I incorporated cut lines into the design of the jig that I could use to mark the ends of the rolled tubing. I also marked the location of the connecting plate in the middle that all 4 pieces of the cross bracing will bolt to. The reason it was designed to be bolted together was just to keep the cost down of shipping the parts all the way to France, where Martin and the marble machine lived. I thought it looked pretty cool too. Form meets function. I cut the ends off with the angle grinder and checked their accuracy. Marius had said, "Hey, just a warning, there's some pretty gnarly cutoff angles coming your way on this thing." And he was telling the truth. Especially on the top, which would need an additional second cut as well. The X-plate needed to match the bend of the tubing, and the easiest way I could think to do this was to clamp it down to one of the scrap ends, heat it up with a torch, and then force the ends down to match with more clamps. Once I had both ends clamped down, I removed the middle clamp and heated that area up, giving it a chance to match the curve too. I let it completely cool before turning it and repeating the process for the other direction. I usually mark the holes for bolts with the plasma cutter, but I keep them undersized so I can later more accurately drill them out to their actual size. I used a taper bit to countersink the backside, so the flathead cap screws I decided to use would sit flush. I marked the location of the holes and center punched them before drilling them out. It took me a while to come up with a plan on how to put threads into the 1-inch square tubing. I thought about just tapping them, but decided there wasn't enough material for it to be strong and could easily strip when you were tightening down the bolts. Then I thought about welding in some thicker material to the inside of the tubing that I could tap through. I almost went this route, but then I had the idea to just weld in some coupling nuts, which I thought would work pretty well. This would give you threads all the way through and should be good and strong after welding the top and the bottom. Plus, if I bolted it to the X plate while I welded it, all the holes would line up perfectly. I had to be really careful welding it, doing my best to stay away from the threads on the inside. It ended up working out really well. I left the weld bead on the bottom, but needed to clean up the top so it would still sit down flat on the plate. Once I had everything welded, I cut the square tubing into 2 pieces and repeated the process for the other leg. I was really surprised how close it measured up with the model and how well it sat flat on the table. I welded on the bottom brackets. They wanted a couple pegs on these to help line up the bolt hole, which I thought was a smart idea. I just welded a long bolt into place and then cut off the extra, so it was a short nub. moving on to the upper brackets, I first got them drilled out to size. Martin wanted to be able to pull a couple pins on the top of the bracing and pivot it up and out of the way so he could have good access to the programming wheel behind it. I tried clamping the pins down, but that didn't work very well, so I just went ahead and tacked it and carefully checked that it hadn't pulled up on the opposite side. I decided I wasn't going to weld the upper brackets on because I just knew there was no way I was going to get them aligned right. I really thought they should be bolted onto the machine and then welded to the cross bracing in place. I plugged the ends of the square tubing to give it a more finished look. And the last thing to do was make the second cut on the top ends. The only way I could figure to do this was to just carefully copy the measurements over and draw connecting lines between the points. I knew it wasn't going to be perfect, but I was just hoping it was close enough that small gaps could be filled when the upper bracket was welded on when it was all mounted to the machine. And that was it. It was time to break it all down and get it ready to ship. One of my favorite parts of making YouTube videos has been getting to connect with people around the world that have similar interests as mine. Not in a million years would I have thought I'd be fabricating metal parts to send to a Swedish guy living in France who's building a music marble machine that he plans to go on tour with around the world. Speaking of that, hey Martin, you gotta make a stop in Portland. I promise I'll be there moshing in the front row. I really hope all these parts fit. Like I said, it was a little intimidating knowing how precise they needed to be and not being able to test fit pieces. If you never see these parts pop up in his videos, that probably means they didn't work out. I did my best, but he should know that this isn't a machine shop. It's a farm shop.
Salut! Bienvenue aujourd'hui pour la fabrication de ce maillet tout simple en bois que j'ai fabriqué pour Wintergatan. Wintergatan, moi je suis abonné à sa chaîne depuis très longtemps et lui m'a fait l'honneur d'être abonné à la mienne. Ça me fait extrêmement plaisir. Ce maillet, c'est ma petite contribution à son aventure absolument incroyable de fabriquer une machine à musique avec des billes. Et si vous ne connaissez pas le projet, je vous mets des liens pour découvrir ça. La fabrication elle-même, c'est pas très compliqué, c'est 2 pièces de bois assemblées entre elles, tournées sur mon nouveau tour que j'ai bricolé sur ma scie à format. Allez, on va partir sur la fabrication de ce maillet qui est très simple, avec la musique de Wintergatan pour illustrer. Allez, en avant! Là, c'est pas mal du tout ça. Bon, il n'y a plus qu'à mettre le manche dedans. Alors pour le manche du maillet, je vais utiliser un bout de frêne. Voilà, un bout de frêne. Il y a une petite fente ici, mais je vais m'en débarrasser. Et normalement, j'ai l'épaisseur nécessaire. Et je vais commencer par couper un carré qui est aux dimensions du trou le plus grand. Et puis ensuite, je le tournerai. This is for you then, Martin. Thank you so much for all the content you're making. Good luck for your machine, good luck for your music, good luck for everything. Thank you very much. Merci d'avoir regardé ce film et à très bientôt pour de nouvelles réalisations. Allez, ciao!
crank, and as you can see, only one plate, and you can stick your hand in here and your finger will be cut off. All these parts will go into this wheel and that will protect my fingers. Thank you so much, Florian, for these amazing parts. I'm looking forward to assemble them in an upcoming video soon.
What's up, YouTube? I'm Nick Householder. I have some awesome news to share with you today. I'm one of the engineers working on the Marble Machine X project. To anybody that made it here from this week's Wintergarten Wednesday video, welcome. For anybody that doesn't know about the MMX project, Martin from the band Wintergarten built a giant marble machine capable of playing music by dropping marbles on musical instruments. The original marble machine was amazing, but it fell short of Martin's goals of having it be transportable and go with him on a world tour. So he spent the last 2 years designing and building a new machine that could handle the rigors of touring. That's where I and the other members of the MMX A-Team come in. We're a bunch of engineers and fabricators and musicians all coming together to try to make the MMX a reality. In addition to being an engineer, I'm also a musician. I've been playing drums since I was about 10, so because of that, I'm working on the hi-hats and the sizzle cymbal for the marble machine. It's a really interesting design problem that I'm excited to tackle. To commemorate this partnership, I thought it would be fun to play some music from Wintergarten, and that's what you've been hearing in the background of this video. This concertina belonged to my grandfather and has been sitting unplayed in storage for about 30 years, so it was really fun to be able to take it out and make some music with it again. If you haven't already, make sure you check out Martin's video. And if you're new here, consider subscribing. I make really cool and interesting stuff, and you'd be able to keep up with my progress on the Marble Machine X project. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I'll see you later.
Hi, my name is Toby and I'm from Munich in Germany. In my day job, I'm producing electronics and mechanics for small-sized companies and startups. But because I'm such a huge fan of the Marble Machine X project, I'm currently helping Martin with producing some mechanical parts for it, like this one here. And to show you guys where these are made, I want to give you a tour through my workshop. In the metalworking part of my workshop, I have a 3-axis CNC machine, which is capable of machining aluminium, wood, and also very slowly steel. I also have a small benchtop lathe, a 3-phase bed grinder, and a very old drill press. In the woodworking part, I have a table saw, a miter saw, a jointer planer combination, and an old Swiss bandsaw. I do a lot of mechanical projects, but a big portion of my work takes place in my office, my eLab, where I design PCBs, build and test electronics. I have stuff here like an oscilloscope, a hot air soldering station, a stereo microscope for SMD soldering. And currently I'm working on high power electronics for a PCB laser engraver, which will be published as open source and will be capable of burning away copper of PCB material. So far, I've turned a multi-V belt pulley for the Marble Machine X. I even had to make my own turning tool for that. I used my grinding wheel to get a high-speed steel blank into the opening angle I needed. The next step will be to turn a ground pulley for the belt tensioning system and to design a torque limiting mechanism for the flywheel assembly in Fusion 360. Thank you for visiting my shop. If you're interested in my work, you can go to my website, which is linked in the description below.
Hi guys, this is James from CAD9 Design. That's my company and my YouTube channel. Some friends have been bugging me to go ahead and start a YouTube channel, and I get to work on a lot of cool projects, so I thought I'd go ahead and start one. First series I'm going to do is going to be on intermediate to advanced Fusion 360. Not really going to be covering beginner stuff. There's plenty of that stuff on YouTube already. So I kind of already expect people to know, how to extrude and how sketches work and all that stuff, how parametric modeling works. But even if you are a beginner, you might get something out of this. But that's just not really what it's aimed at. So I noticed when Autodesk released the Derive feature, I don't know, I think 2 months ago, they did a quick video on it, and then I think Lars Christensen mentioned it in another one, but they didn't really go in depth to it too much. Well, I had the privilege of being one of the people who got to beta test the Derive feature, and I got to use it quite a bit. So I've been using it for, I think, 6 or 7 months, something like that. And there's a lot of use cases they didn't really touch on that I found really, really handy in my workflow. So I thought I'd share a couple of them with you. The last one actually saves you a lot of time if you deal with large assemblies. So if you're unfamiliar with the Derive feature, it's a fairly new feature. It's similar to how when you have a component in SolidWorks and you alter that component, the assemblies it's used in, it's going to update in those assemblies as well. Fusion didn't really have that. I mean, you could make a file and drop it in and it would be linked and it would update, but you couldn't really take something like that. You could design something in one assembly and then go use it in another and maintain the link. You can only really save out a copy. So what Derive does is under Create, you select Derive. There's a couple of different ways of doing this. If you select the body, it's just going to, the created file's only going to have that body in it. None of the sketches or anything like that. If you select the component level or subcomponent, if it's something more complicated, it's going to pull that whole thing with the sketches and all into the next one. Doesn't really matter which, it depends on what you're doing with it. For this example, I'm taking this from the component level. We're going to hit cancel here and pretend I went ahead and did that. So here's our result. We go, we edit the sketch that drives this, and it's going to update here. But something important to know, this is one directional only. So if this is in an assembly and you are editing it in another assembly, this will change, but the driving instance won't. Let me kind of get into the specifics here of how that works. You'll notice the sketches are here. No dimensions or anything like that though. And the profiles have all been turned into like projected geometry. And let's see if it's gonna let me drag. No. But if I go in and look at this here, there's no edit sketch. So I can't really do anything with that sketch. So what it does basically is this feature here, this Derive feature, is that whole thing packaged up and dropped in here. It's basically uneditable. So notice when I do this, it actually knocks us back over to this file. So you've got this snapshot here, and now I can fill at this. Let's hide that sketch. Let's go ahead and just hide the sketches. Now I can go ahead and fill at this. Let's grab this one too. And put some fillets on there. Doesn't really matter how big they are at this point. And see, this one is unchanged. So the main use case for this is I can have a part in an assembly, and I can make a derive, of that and use this flange or whatever in other assemblies and have them linked, which is great because Fusion, you couldn't do that for years. And while I much prefer the top-down kind of modeling in Fusion for large assemblies, it really, really got annoying that you couldn't reuse components without breaking the links between them. So I was really, really happy to see this come along. Now, where is this useful besides that? I found it's extremely useful rendering. If you're going to machine something, you want to use this file, you get your sharp corners, everything like that. You can pick that and do your chamfering or, edge rounding or whatever. But you have these edges to pick. If you do a lot of machining, you're going to understand why you don't want modeled chamfers and all that stuff. And then in this one, let's go ahead and delete the fillets. I can go ahead and model my chamfers, that I don't have in the file I'm doing the machining for. I'd say have this be the render model. Like, renders look awful when you've got square edges. Like, nature doesn't have square edges. If they are square, what I usually do is throw a tiny little chamfer or a tiny little fillet on there so that edge catches the light, makes it look way, way, way more realistic. So, but it increases the size of a file, which in most of the cases isn't going to matter. Sometimes when you're machining, you want these sharp corners. And then sometimes if you're in a large assembly, you also don't want all the fillets and stuff like that because the assembly gets bogged down. So you can kind of do the stripped down version, and then you can kind of have the render version. Another advantage, this is the kind of naturally moving on to the next use case, is large assemblies CAM. I've got a few assemblies where I got a couple of hundred components, and doing all the machining for all those parts in the same assembly is impossible. It's just too big and loads too slowly. Where I can now create, I used to actually save out a copy of the component and do my CAM, one component or whatever per file, or all the components out of like the same thickness of material or whatever in one file and do my CAM in there. Problem with that is no parametric link. If I make a change to the design, I kind of have to redo the CAM file. I mean, I can delete the old one and drop a new one in and fix all the broken references, but I'd much rather have that just push through that whole series of files, push those changes downstream. Here I can say I have my CAM living in this file, do everything I need to do to render from this file, and use this in some big assembly, and this isn't going to be bogging my assembly down. Okay, now let's kind of dig into this a little bit. So these sketches aren't editable. Say we want to turn this into something where we no longer want that link. For whatever reason, we no longer want that link. Like, we want to maintain this version of it because, like, assembly A changed and assembly B didn't. So we want to keep the first version of that part in assembly B. We can right click here, we can break the link. Give you a little warning. Okay. Now, one thing to take note of is when you do that, this still doesn't have all my normal options, right? It's still just like its own little standalone unit. So if you plan on breaking that link, go ahead and just save a copy instead most of the time. It'll preserve your parametric stuff. If you're not worried about that, and there's times when you're not going to be worried about that, then just derive the body rather than the whole assembly. But yeah, this doesn't become a normal sketch after that. Now, if I delete the feature history or the design history, now I can edit that sketch. Now, it's not parametrically linked. I can do whatever I want to that sketch. It's not going to move the holes, see? But yeah, these don't turn to normal sketches if you break that link. That's kind of important to remember. So when we're dealing with large assemblies, and thank you again, Martin, for letting me use this. Let's just take a moment. If you don't know this guy's channel, you don't know my channel. So I'm sure anybody who's watching my channel has probably already seen this guy. He's, you know, I got 9 subscribers. He's got like over 1 million. So, but if by some weird chance you don't know this guy's channel, check out MMX or Marble Machine X or Wintergotten. The name of the channel is Wintergotten. You put any of those and this is going to come up. But this is a freaking incredible, incredible CAD model. It's absolutely beautiful. But it is also incredibly huge and takes 5 minutes to load. And we don't do any work in this model at this top level just because it's unusable. Everything gets done at this secondary level here or down in there. Well, understandably, we want to back this model up regularly just in case. And to back up, you want to save out an FD3 file. Now say we right click on this, we hit export, and our options are, I just sat SMT and step, no FD3 file. Now you can back up a step file or whatever, but we're going to lose all these nice render textures and stuff and all our sketches and all. So I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. Reason is links. If a document has links, you cannot back it up as an FD3 file or F3D file. You got to get rid of all those links first. You can do that by going in here, right-hand clicking, and selecting break link, which until I figured this trick is what I was doing before. Spent many, many, many hours. But then I discovered if I create a derive of that file, and then in the, let's go back to our flange here, in the derive file, I break link like I did there, so this becomes just a component and a base feature. All these subassembly links are broken automatically. Now, some of you guys aren't ever going to have this issue, but some of you have right-clicked several hundred times on fasteners and stuff like that, breaking links. And it can get pretty tedious, you know, because you download something from McMaster-Carr or whatever, and you got it in there 50 times, and they're all linked, and it's all well and good until things start slowing down, or you want to move it to a different project, and you can't have it all linked. You need a standalone file or something. So, as of yet, Fusion does not have like a mass break link feature or like a break all links feature. Hint, hint, guys. Some of us would really like to see that. But in the meantime, you can use derive. Just create a derive and then break the link. Also, here's a very, very good example of where we don't want our cam in the upper level assembly. Imagine all this machining in this assembly. And a lot of it actually is in this particular version of the file. We have a version of this assembly with all the links broken. That we're working in now, but this is a little bit of an older version of it. You know, when you watch the thing load, you see it loading cam files for a good solid minute down here when you see the little progress bar. So it's really, really handy for that. Mass link breaking, what you know we're doing with this now, all the cam is like, we'll create a derive of that component, and the machining happens in that derived file. hopefully that's going to help things out. So to sum up, the derive feature, handy for having multiple files, multiple projects, still maintain that parametric link. Really, really handy for having a couple variants, like say you want quarter 20 in one version of this and half 13 holes in another version of this thing. Handy for stuff like that. Super handy for keeping your assembly files manageable with CAM. I think that's my single biggest use case for this. And super handy for mass link breaking, which you don't do too often, but when you do it, it's something you never want to do again. All right, so I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you subscribe to the video if you get something out of it. Not sure what the next one's going to be. I think I'm going to be doing one on retopology in Fusion 360, getting usable engineering files out of STLs that you might get from Thingiverse or something like that. So, yep, please subscribe or don't, and see you next time.
Hey folks, let's make some acrylic parts today. These parts will be for Martin from Wintergarten and his Marble Machine X project. If you don't know him already, I will put a link in the description to his channel. And what I will make out of this acrylic sheet I showed you? These parts here. These parts are 3D printed, just that I have something in my hands to see how big they are really. And I have to make 35 pieces of this part. So it is definitely worth to think about the fixturing and manufacturing process. And I want to show you a little bit about that, how I designed the fixturing and how I will machine these parts, because they are maybe two-sided operation or three-sided operation depending on how you will make them. And after I've cut the parts, I will try to polish the cut surfaces to get the best surface finish possible, but maybe the surface finish is already pretty good after cutting, so let's see how much we can improve with polishing at the end. For my fixturing I needed 4 threaded inserts in my MDF blade, so I just took these T-track nuts and hammered them in. That worked pretty well. After that I screwed the MDF blade to my other MDF blade. Sure, I could have mounted the MDF blade directly to my table, but this was the easiest way, just screwing it on. After that I drilled some holes with the CNC machine. I've done this with the CNC machine, so I know exactly where these holes are located. And so I can use these holes to locate my workpiece. I used some pins as a stop. Now it is very easy to position the workpiece, and I don't have to re-zero the CNC machine. I clamped this piece with this aluminium bar over there, so I can access all 3 sides without changing the clamps. When I start a new CNC program, I always use very slow rapid movements, so I have a chance to stop the machine if something goes wrong. Maybe I can't save the workpiece, but at least mostly it's possible to save the cutter, and that's also not bad. Of course I cranked the rapid feed rates up to the maximum after I've done one workpiece and know that everything works like expected. I took quite light cuts because I wasn't sure how good the clamping with the aluminum bar is, but it worked very well and I had absolutely no problems with that. For these parts I were really happy that I have my automatic tool changer. This made it very easy to change between the tools and just took some seconds. After cutting that angled wall, the first 3 sides were pretty much finished. I only had to drill the hose for an M3 tab, 2.5 millimeters in this case. I didn't drill through completely because I wasn't sure how the chip clearing will work with this quite short drill. So I decided to drill only halfway through and finish that hole on a drill press later. To be able to machine the 4th side, I used these 2 aluminium pieces to clamp the part, and that's also the reason why I needed the threaded inserts. Now I can finish the 4th side without any problems. There wasn't much to do anyway, just parting off and removing some material for the second operation. Now you've seen the procedure for one part, let's repeat that 34 times. The last part is done now, but it looks like it will take some time to clean up this acrylic glass blizzard in my workshop. The part isn't finished completely. There's a second op that need to be done. For that I mounted a vise on my milling machine, so I can easily clamp the part. Here I'm using 2 parallels tied together to center the part in the vise and can do that repeatedly, so I only have to set the 0 point once. The CNC machine part is done now. Let's drill through the holes completely. I've used the same short drill bit here and it worked very well. So I could have drilled through completely on the CNC machine, but this didn't take long, so it was no problem. Red cutting in acrylic glass isn't that easy because it melts very easy. That's the reason why I used a lot of cooling fluid here to keep everything cool. Also very important is to go quite slow with the tap so the chips don't melt and get stuck in the hole. As you can see here, the chips came out on the other side of the hole very nicely, and so it was no problem to get a good thread here in the acrylic glass piece. I already tried 2 different polishing methods, one time with some felt and polishing paste with this motor here, and the other method with this torch here, flame polishing. Thanks to this old Tony for this tip here. And here are the results of these 2 different methods. At the top as a reference non-polished, in the middle flame polished, and at the bottom with the polishing paste. As you can see here, I had some problems with the flame polishing in the hemispheres, and the polishing paste did a really good job here. The reference non-polished, it's definitely worth to polish it a little bit, but on the video here it looks much worse than non-polished. It isn't that bad in real life. On the sides, the non-polished version is also really good already, and the 2 polishing methods lead to nearly the same result. You have to be careful with the flame polishing not to burn, not really burn. It starts bubbling when it gets too hot. And with the polishing paste, I think this result is a little bit better than the flame polishing, but the flame polishing is much faster. On the front side, you can see that polishing is definitely worth again, and I can't really see much difference between flame polishing and with the polishing paste. Flame polishing is a little bit difficult with this finer structure here, so you don't melt them away. But it's also much faster here than the polishing paste. So I think I will polish the parts in the hemispheres here with the polishing paste. And for the front side, I will use the torch, because that should give the best result and should be the fastest way to do that. At the beginning the felt polishing worked quite good, but after 2 to 3 parts the felt began to wear out and I had to replace it quite often, so it took a long time to polish all the parts, and it also made quite some mess. That's the reason why I did it outdoor. Now let's have a look at the flame polishing. I'm very happy how this worked. It is so easy after you've got some practice, so fast, doesn't make any mess, just smelling a little bit, but you can open the window and then it's no problem. So I'm really happy how this worked. Here you can see in detail how it looks like when I go over with the flame over the acrylic glass and it just turns shiny. That was so satisfying to watch, and it was also very quick to polish all these parts. That was a really good idea. Thank you, Todd. I think that is enough for this video. It's getting long. I hope you liked it. If that's the case, please leave a thumbs up and don't forget to subscribe if you want to stay notified when I bring out a new video. And as a little bit of bonus content, let's have a look at the assembled construction with all these parts I made.
Hi, I'm Thomas. Welcome to Pilot's Workshop. I guess most of you already know this video. This of course is the video of the Wintergatan marble machine that this guy built entirely by hand with regular tools for his vision of taking it on tour playing for audiences with his band Wintergatan. Since the machine turned out not reliable enough to use it on stage, he is now building a new one. using all the might of 3D modeling, CNC machining, and a team of engineering students that since the recording of this video I have been a part of myself during my last couple of weeks of university. I had been following Martin's video series since the beginning. So when he suddenly published this...
Hello everyone and good Monday to you all. I'm wondering if any one of you wants to build this part for the Marble Machine X. We have created a form for you to fill in. Please do not email us.
I did just that. And long story short, he picked me for the job. So I got to work right away. I would say that the main theme of this video could be repetition. The parts in question are not complicated, but their sheer number made this a lengthy process. I started by cutting my 12 meters of material to length. Since that's a lot of cutting, I made a quick jig to help with that. After a bit of deburring, followed the step that would take the longest in those parts, which is cutting the 50mm long threads in each of them. Slow, repetitive tasks like that can really drive you crazy. So it's all about finding your rhythm. With this huge chunk of work out of the way, it was time to bend them. The important thing here was not to mess up the rods. So I made the bend at a spot that would leave a few millimeters on both sides to take off after. This step turned out to be quite easy on a normal vise. Adjusting the length of both the short and the long side happened on my large belt sander. Once again, the ends needed to be deburred. Since I didn't make the threads too long in the first step, they were a bit short after adjusting the lengths. Since I wanted all of them to be precisely according to the drawing, I added the next step, where I finalized them by cutting the final 2 to 3 millimeters. This time I used normal cutting oil, so that I would be able to see my markings. Now we're quickly approaching the finish line. A small but important step was the removal of the inside bend radius, to create the two clean registering surfaces. To make sure the rods would fit in any situation, I created a small undercut in the corner. Finally, I checked every rod for straightness. Since the 4mm round stock comes in pieces of 6 m length, they can have a slight but varying bend radius. The easiest way to correct this was with a hammer on a hard and flat surface. Of course, the connecting rods were not the only part on the drawing. The barrel nuts still had to be made. But to make my life a bit easier, Alex from the Wintergarten team sent me these standard nuts that were just a bit too long for what Martin needed. So I shortened them equally on both sides. And after some rust protection and mild sanding, all 90 parts were ready to be shipped. By that time they were already impatient to make some music. This is Pilot's Workshop. Thank you for watching.
Today I've got a smaller project. Nothing too fancy, but it's got a lot of heart. This project, it's going places. Like literally. Once finished, if all goes well, this will be just a tiny piece in a big machine that will tour the world. The world, I tell you. Thought I'd share. I'm sure we all know Wintergatan, musician extraordinaire, engineer, and creator of the marble machine. And no, unfortunately, he isn't in this box. Though he is here with us. Say hi, Martin.
Hi, Martin.
If you haven't been following along, Martin is working on the next generation marble machine, the MMX. He's been doing some brilliant work. You should certainly head over to his channel and check it out. At the rate he's going, the MMX will be finished like tomorrow. Not all too long ago, we got to talking, and he asked if I'd be willing to make a few parts for the MMX. I said, the MM what? I jumped cut at the chance to contribute to what is sure to become a piece of history. I can already see the original marble machine behind some glass. Wax statue of Wintergatan about to pull a lever, in a museum somewhere, probably on the Canadian side of Niagara Falls. We talked a bit more, and after weaseling out of as much actual work as I possibly could, Martin sent me this. Drum roll, please. We're going to try to make this for him. Or parts of it anyway. Right now, live, pre-recorded for YouTube. I took the liberty of turning his CAD into a first-year drafting assignment. Not totally necessary, but makes using the micrometers a little easier. I'd like to stress that this is all his work. This is his design. I'm just turning the knobs and making the chips. I'm not 100% sure what this does, but he calls it a marble elevator, I think. So I can only assume it elevates marbles. Maybe a marble conveyor? Between me and you, I'm getting a very Manhattan Project kind of a vibe. A few people scattered all over the globe, not talking to each other, working on small parts of a bigger machine no one fully understands except Martin himself. I assume, when it's done, in the hands of Martin, it should make beautiful music, and or control the weather. Not totally sure which. In any case, he's not paying me to ask questions. In fact, he's not paying me let's look at the drawing. There is frankly not much here, mechanically, though that is one of the hallmarks of good mechanical design. Nonetheless, I'll do my best to make a mountain out of a molehill. There are 2 identical shafts, each built up with 2 keyed clutch bearings and 2 keyed chain sprockets. The clutch bearings and the sprockets are off-the-shelf parts. The sprockets just need to be sized, bored, and keyed. Along with this, there's a custom countersink washer and M6 screws that keeps the whole thing together. This is 2 identical assemblies. Let's take this a piece at a time and we can talk about what it does once it's all halfway put together. Now this is a metric project. It calls for 18mm shafting, which I don't have unfortunately, but I have something close, and I have just enough to get both shafts out of if I don't screw anything up. Hopefully both of the washers too, although the washers will be a tad undersized. Hope you don't mind, Martin. If you own more than one chuck for your lathe, the wrong one is always mounted. This is my 3-jaw, and let's talk about why there may be better options. I'll be turning down to a shoulder on each end of both shafts. That means once I cut one side, I need to flip them to cut the other. I can't do it all in one operation. I mean, you could do this between centers and I suppose do it in one operation, but a normal person would do it in 2 operations. Every time you take work out of the lathe, out of your chuck, and put it back in, whether you're flipping it or not, you'll have concentricity to worry about. Like when you clamp this down and cut one end, that end will be concentric to the axis of the lathe. And depending on the quality of your chuck or if you dialed it in, that may or may not be concentric to the body of the part. And when you flip it and take the other cut, you potentially yet have another axis that feature is cut around. In this case, this is a sprocket shaft for a chain drive. We'll get to that later. My 3-jaw chuck would probably be fine. The 2 ends might be out by, 5 thou, concentrically speaking. For a sprocket drive, again, that's probably not the end of the world. But I'd like to do as nice a job as I can here. After all, the last thing I want is for my parts to bust Martin's balls. Could solve the problem with a 4-jaw chuck. Dial the work in with an indicator every time. Every time you flip the part or change the part or move the part in any way, dial it back in with the 4-jaw. But come on, who's got time for that? Don't even get me started on loosening your chuck backplate and knocking around your 3-jaw. Since I have one, I'm going to go with a collet chuck. That, after all, is the advantage of a collet chuck. If you do a lot of work with bar stock, they're indispensable. And this one should get me well within 1/1000th of an inch across both ends. Now, no matter how many times I take this part out or flip it around, this chuck can maintain a much higher concentricity than the 3-jaw chuck. I only need to turn about 1 inch on each end. For this size work, the live center isn't strictly necessary. In fact, it might even make things worse. But for filming purposes, I like to have the stock further away from my chuck. It gives me a couple other options with the camera. With this much stick out, I most certainly need that end support. If you weren't here, I would have choked up a lot more on this stock and not used the live center. I can't even see that mark. Both ends are done. The overall length is correct. The shoulder length is right. They're drilled, countersunk, and tapped. Last thing I need to do on the lathe is take down the body size. I've switched to a different insert with a larger nose radius. Fingers crossed I get a nice finish at a reasonable feed rate. Okay, I think this is it. 1 down, 1 more to go. I'm just kidding. I already set the lathe to 2. Next up are the key seats, and we'll do that on the mill. First thing I need to do before I can cut the slot for the key is find the center line of the shaft. It's in the vise. The vise is square to the machine. Put in just some aluminum shims to keep from marring the shaft. And I've got my edge finder in there. Lately I've taken to using the DRO's half function to find the center of parts. I used to not bother. I would have an edge finder in there, touch off on the side of the work, move over half the diameter of the edge finder, and then half the diameter of the work. And although that's worked great, still works great, you do have to be a little bit careful with your dimensions and your edge finding technique. With the half function on the DRO instead, I don't need to worry about taking an accurate measurement of the part. And as long as my edge finding technique is consistent, the diameter of the edge finder doesn't matter either. Maybe old news, but let me walk you through it. I'm going to touch off on one side first and zero the DRO. Now I'm going to touch off on the opposite side the same exact way. That'll result in some dimension, and when I hit the half button, I should get the center line. Now if I move the machine to 0, that should be the center line of my part. It's a relative move. As long as you're consistent with reading your edge finder, you do the same on both sides, half that distance that you move will be the center line of the part. Yeah, I know, maybe it's 12 of one and 6 dozen of another. But this way I don't have to worry about an exceedingly accurate measurement on the part, or know exactly when my edge finder is edge finding. So the shafts are done, keyed, threaded, countersunk, all that stuff. Bearings fit nice. I've also made up the little end washers. Nothing too fancy here, just thick countersunk washers. Next, I'd like to move on to these sprockets. I've actually already drilled and bored them to size, And I had to clean off about 5 or 6 thou off the face to get them to match Martin's drawings. I don't think you're supposed to do that, modify the width. But again, it's a chain drive, and I got the impression from Martin's CAD that the overall width and position of the components is probably more important. These need to be slotted for a key, for the matching key that locks it to the shaft, and the back requires some work. There's a step and an overall dimension I need to work to. I was actually looking forward to cutting that in the filing machine. It's small, it's 4 millimeters. Thought I could plunge mill most of it and then clean it up on the filing machine. As I was looking for a file to fit these dimensions, it dawned on me that I had a 4 millimeter broach. I've actually never used this before. It's still in its original plastic and sharp as a whip. Apparently it came with a shim too. What I don't have are the bushings for this. So this is pushed through the sprocket in the press, cutting the slot for the key, but I need a bushing to keep it in place. I'm going to make that bushing. Before I do that, I'm going to take the sprocket to final depth, I guess, thickness, just so I'm minimizing the amount of broaching this little thing needs to do. You see the setup here, the sprocket and the forejaw with the indicator being used to dial the part in. This right here is what's called poetic justice. Ha ha! I had no other way to hold the sprocket to modify the hub. Maybe I could have used the shaft that this goes onto with the washer and the locking screw, but I've got a good bit of material to remove off that hub, and this will let me take heavier cuts. Despite the egg on my face, the sprockets are all to print. They're not clean, but they're to print. They have an overall hub length critical to the shaft stack up, and there's a reduced section that ensures it only makes contact with the center race on the bearings. You probably can't see that, but it keeps it from potentially touching the shield. I also made the broach bushing, nothing too exciting here. It's got a primary diameter that fits inside of the sprockets, rather a 12 millimeter bore. I'll stamp it on here somewhere and keep this, of course. There's a shoulder at the top, sort of a head to keep it from going through. And there's a slot milled through it that fits the broach. I've sized the depth of the slot so that pushing the broach through without any shim results in a 0.5 millimeter 20 thou depth of cut. These, of course, cut in multiple passes. After each pass, you'd introduce a shim in the back that pushes the broach forward, increasing the depth of cut by whatever the shim thickness is. By the way, if there's anyone out there that's wondering what authority or business I have talking about these things, I'd just like to bring to your attention that the sweater I'm wearing has elbow patches. I'm pretty sure those speak for themselves. Let's head over to the press and push this broach through. This would be a much better job for an arbor press, like a small little manual arbor press. I don't own an arbor press. This is also the smallest broach I've ever pushed in this hydraulic press, and you can bet I'm wearing every pair of safety glasses I own. One thing I've never liked about this thing is how it moves in sort of fits and starts. I mean, it works great for constant load stuff like pressing parts, bending, etc., but it's too heavy-handed for delicate stuff like this. I might rebuild this press sooner than later. Anyway, yes, you're looking at 2 sprockets, though it's only cutting one of the 2. Specifically, I'm actually already on my 3rd, and it's cutting the 3rd one now. I realized almost too late that the sprockets need to be timed to each other in sets of 2. So the keys need to be in the same location between 2 sprockets on the same shaft. I used an already keyed sprocket to align the whole setup. Before I get these mixed up, I think I'll label the pairs. Again, 2 of each of these fit on a shaft, followed by a bearing, though these are actually clutches, or one-way bearings. Sprag clutches. They look a lot like bearings, but they only spin in one direction. This type of bearing, or clutch, is used to transmit torque in one direction only, not the other. In this case specifically, they're used to hold a load from moving backwards. Think of them sort of like the ratchet in the head of this wrench. Easy to push the handle one way, but if I let go, the handle doesn't fall back down. I can only apply torque in one direction, not the other. Here they're being used to hold marbles. Sprockets will have a chain connecting them. There'll be some sort of marble carrier array linked to that chain. As it turns, it can lift marbles. When the motive force stops, the marbles can't backdrive. They can't roll backwards the other way. They can raise, but they can't lower. Now, a very quick search on my phone shows that these bearings, or these sprag clutches, are good to about 7.5 Newton meters. That number doesn't mean too much to me, but a Newton is about a quarter pound. Think of a Newton as the quarter pounder of the metric world. So that would be 7.5, let's round it to 8 quarter pounders. 8 quarter pounders is 2 pounds. Starting to get somewhere. Now we need to deal with the meters. A meter is about 3 feet, depending on whose foot you're talking about. So 2 pounds times 3 feet, that's almost 6 foot-pounds of torque. Taking into account my Wild West math, somewhere between 5 and 6 foot-pounds, which consequently is about 60 to 70 inch-pounds. Looking at the shaft, at the sprocket, if we imagine we have a chain hanging, say, an inch away from that center line, that's almost 70 pounds one of these can hold. And since there are 2, this shaft is holding somewhere in the neighborhood of 140 pounds. For a marble conveyor, that's quite ballsy.
Get out of here and shut the front door.
My apologies. What I meant to say is, with this subassembly, Martin will be able to keep a lot of balls in the air. A lot of balls in the air. Now you could argue, since there's 2 shafts and 4 sprag clutches, it's actually twice that load rating. Maybe, but let's not get lost in semantics. For these things to hold anything at all, the sprocket and the bearing need to be keyed to that shaft. There's a key cut into all the parts. The clutches have a key on the inner race, and that's what we'll work on next. Speaking of quick phone glances, want to see what happens when you order the parts on the phone at highway speeds? Don't text and drive, my friends. These are 4mm square keys, and you might be thinking to yourself, those look a little short. And you'd be right, so I'm going to use 2 per side. Essentially 1 per component. Sprocket clutch, etc. I figure this way I give Martin some more stuff to drop. The drawing calls for 4mm rectangular keys, not square keys, so I have to mill 1 dimension down. I have to make these 4x3 instead of the 4x4 they currently are. I'm going to try to do 2 of these at a time. 1 pass, taking off 40 thou, basically right to size. Place your bets. What are the odds one of those 2 goes flying out of the vise? Didn't go flying, so technically you lost. Take 2. Machining multiples, like you just saw me do in the mill, is always a bit of a gamble, so be careful. However, not only did I not lose any of the pieces, they all came out to size. You think they just hand out YouTube channels to anybody that asks? Normally, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Pound my name on other people's parts like this. However, and first, the way this is assembled, these parts are completely hidden. No one will ever see the text. It's just between me, you, and Martin. Until 4072, that is. 1,000 years from now, the MMX will be discovered frozen at the bottom of a liquid methane sea on Titan. 1,000 years after that, an ingenious craftsman from the New Australia colony will reverse engineer it using only a handful of scans from a pocket-sized hobby MRI. My name will be the only text that survives, cementing me forever in history as the creator of the MMX. Well, that's just great. I'm short a screw. I've got an idea. Boo! Whew, be grateful you're not smelling what I'm smelling. So I think that's it. Pretty straightforward, huh? But, I'm glad I could be of some help. Wait a minute. We should probably try this thing out. At this point, you'd likely assume that I must now somehow get these parts to Martin. But if I got my timing right and everything went according to plan, Martin should already have these parts. You see, I realize this might be hard to follow, I apologize, but this video that you're watching right now already happened. It happened in the past.
Martin, if you ever get out of here, I need you to do me a favor. Up north, there's this big olive grove on a big slope with a breathtaking view of mountains in the distance. In that grove, in the shade of an old olive tree, you'll find a big red arrow that has no earthly business being there. There's something buried there I want you to have.
Sehuatenejo.
Ha 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 ha!
Hi folks, today I will make some shafts, as you can see here, for Martin from Wintergatan and his Marble Machine X project. If you don't know him already, I will link a card up in the right corner. And here are some smaller shafts I will make, and this big one here. The shafts are already cut to length, and I drilled and tapped some holes in it. And the smaller ones will get some flat spots on the end, and this big one here will also get flat spots on the end and some keyways to drive some pulleys or something like that. Before I can start machining the shafts, I need a proper way to clamp them in my vise. Maybe this method would also work, but I don't feel really safe to clamp them on the flat jaws here. So I will make some soft jaws with a V groove in there to hold this shaft securely in my vise. For that reason I also already cut some material to size. This will go in here like that. These are the two soft jaws then. And of course I have to machine some grooves in here where the shaft can fit then. So let's make the soft jaws first before proceeding the shafts. The soft jaws are finished now. Here a closer look. And they work exactly how I thought they will work. Here is the groove where I can put the round stock in, and with the other soft jaw on the other side you can see that the round stock is held very securely, and I have access to make the keyways on the upper side here. The soft jaws will get screwed to the other jaws, of course, but you can see here I not really tighten the vise and it's already very tight in there. I also made this vertical grooves so I can clamp these pieces vertically and machine 2 flat spots on the ends. That's easier than clamping it horizontally like so, because I would have to rotate them then. Everything is prepared now, so we can start machining the shafts now. We will start with the easier ones, that are the short ones with the 2 flat spots, and at the end I will make the bigger one where I have some challenges, and I will tell you what problems, and not really problems, but more difficult things I have with a bigger shaft. The small parts are finished now. That was the easy part. Let's proceed with the big one. But before I can machine this one, I have to realign my vise here, because when I clamp it like that, it won't work and it will crash with the machine. Let's see if the position of the vise is accurate, because I only pushed it against this stop I have mounted on my table, and I'm not sure if it is so accurate in this direction. I would say that is perfectly fine, definitely under 10 micrometer and more than accurate enough for this task here. I've set up the long shaft now. The first keyway I want to make is the one here. That's the one that is mostly in the middle of the shaft. Then one is about here, next one here, flat spot on that end, and on the other end here also a keyway. The reason why I make this in the middle first, you will see after I have made it. I have set the 0 point on this end, so the distance from here to the keyway is correctly. The milling strategy I use for this keyways is probably not the most efficient one, but I know that this strategy works, so I don't want to make any experiments and just use that, what I know that worked. I've turned the shaft around now, and you may wonder why I've milled this slot in the keyway. Sure, this will weaken the keyway, but with this application doesn't matter. But now I have a reference surface here. This has to be parallel to the desk. So I will take a square, put it on my machine table. Be sure everything is clean. And with a second square, I can now check the orientation of the shaft. As you can see, it is way out, so I have to turn it a bit. Loosen the vise. Now I can turn it. I put the square here and have a look. So the both squares line up perfectly. Now it is good. It doesn't have to be super ultra precise, but with this method I think it is reasonably precise, so this is okay here. Tighten the vise, and now I can continue milling the keyways on this end. All parts are done now. I'm really happy with the surface finish and also my method with this groove to align the other keyways worked perfectly. I measured on these two flat spots and the distance on this side and on this side is exactly the same. If the alignment wouldn't be that perfect, the thickness would be different, but it was perfectly. I hope you liked the video, and that's all for today. See you next time.
Earlier this week, we had the total solar eclipse come visit us here in the Pacific Northwest, which was reassuringly on schedule. I think I spent less time watching the eclipse and more time watching people reacting to it. Very cool to see people universally excited about something. Usually I'm at our ADX office by now, though being home this morning inspired me to take a look at one of the aluminum parts for the Wintergarten Marble Machine X project, and make it on our venerable Pro 4848 right here in my home shop. I'll be making custom flanges that reinforce this connecting rod main bearing interface. I'll isolate this part from the rest of the assembly, define the toolpaths, including the countersinks, and create a toolpath array so I can fill out the 11-inch by 11-inch aluminum sheet I have. This is a very limited run, so I'll simply use some double-sided foam tape to secure the plate and retain the completed parts, instead of creating a custom jig. I'll start with a program to create the fastener countersinks and clearance holes. I'll be able to do this in one combined drilling operation using a number 4 center boring countersink tool. I'll use our touch plate to calibrate the Z-axis, having already calibrated the X and Y work offsets. And engage. Since these are M3 fasteners, the countersinks are pretty small. Next, I'll change over to a 1/4 inch flat end mill and machine the pockets and contours to finish the parts. And recalibrate the Z-axis once again using our touch plate. I enjoy the symphony of sound and patterns that come from a project with repetitive operations. It's great to be able to tell just by ear what operation the machine is on and how well the cutter is removing material. This is always my favorite part. I get to pick out the fruits of the machine's labor, though I'm a very important member of this duo. There's something innately satisfying about making a batch of identical parts, and the knowledge you can always make more. These look great. I'll clean them up a bit to give the top and bottom faces a uniform finish, And let's check some dimensions and see what we've made and how well we've made it. The outside diameter reads 62 millimeters. Well, that's good. And the inside diameter measures 33 millimeters. That's great. And I'll check the others. I'm also curious to see if the countersinks are at the right depth, so I'll bolt these plates together and see if the fastener heads are flush with the plate. Perfect, just right. I think these are ready for a plane ride to Sweden. This went well. It's still morning and I have a bunch of finished plates with spares. And let's face it, a mistake-free project is a great way to start the day.
Time to become a real YouTuber. So hello, we are in Gothenburg checking out the tech store. I don't know why we happen to stay here. We are gonna take the train thing in a couple of minutes, but we are waiting inside because it's cold outside. I got some coffee and and it's warm. Bye bye. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Like, it was almost too good to be true. Like the last part, all the houses were so cute. And they were like, you know, it was just like so Swedish. I felt like I was in some kind of Astrid Lindgren book or something, just like traveling around. It was pretty cool. But now we're gonna take the boat and then we're almost there. We've been here in this little container thing it's 12 o'clock. It's what is it?
It's 4:30.
Oh wow, it's 4:30 o'clock. Oh yeah, we maybe got here at 12 o'clock or something.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Yes, it does. So you have to check out Martin's video because we are doing like such a cool time lapse, and it's actually really nice to just put screws and stuff together.
Yes.
Right? This is Martin from Vintergatan. I think most of you know him, but
special shout out.
Yeah.
Yay!
I'm gonna leave a link down below. Yeah.
So much more fun having you here also. Like
right?
We did do everything 3 times as fast, or maybe 5 times as fast.
Yeah, it's really nice. Let's go. We're gonna get some.
Soon.
Yeah, we're gonna get some fika to get some more energy. Alltså jag vet faktiskt inte.
Där!
So you're just supposed to do it like on 1 note at a time?
So Karin is trying to learn how to bend the notes. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a train. Sounds like a train. Hoffa, hoffa, hoffa.
How's it going?
Great.
How do you feel, Martin?
So fun.
So fun.
I would call it adult Lego if it
Yeah.
was only that Lego is only for kids. Since Lego is not only for kids,
right?
I won't call it adult Lego. But
Yeah.
if there is someone who thinks Lego is only for kids, then this is adult Lego.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are planning to go home, and yeah, you know what? I think we nailed it today.
I don't think we nailed it. I know we nailed it.
Yeah. We are back home. Is it okay to film here?
Yes.
Yes. Food. We are hungry. It's gonna be nice. Right now it's pretty late. I'm really tired. But oh my god, it's been such a nice day. It's just... the trip here was so nice. Like, everything here is so beautiful. And actually building the CNC machine is so much fun. It's kind of like, yeah, just like Martin said, like Lego. Just putting everything together is so much fun. But now we are really tired. And yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep. And tomorrow we're gonna build more. Yes! So see you in the same vlog tomorrow. Because yeah, tomorrow starts now. So we're at day 2 of the CNC machine building session. So here, this is what it looks like right now. Pretty exciting. It's like, yeah, I've probably said it 100 times now, but it's so much fun to build it. And the weather is beautiful. Look at the sky. Yeah, but now we're gonna have a lunch break thing. That's pretty nice. And then we're gonna just keep on working. The sunset. Look at that. It's so beautiful. Whoa. How is it going in here, Olaf?
We're making slow but steady progress.
That's pretty nice. There's a lot of cables going on here. So we're at the very exciting moment when we are gonna start to actually use the machine. Pretty crazy. Is this gonna work? Well, yeah, but...
So Olaf is gonna press the emergency stop. I'm gonna unplug all the plugs under the wall if this whole thing comes rushing for us.
Yeah.
And Karin, you're just gonna film it.
Yeah, right.
Okay, no one of us have ever used this program. Yeah. And no one of us have ever used a PC.
No.
Ooh, cool.
Oh.
I should be able to do something. Mm-hmm. Okay, 0x is gonna not be dangerous.
Should we check the tutorial?
Motor and yes. Software setup, yeah. An initial shakedown.
Today we're going to go through a complete walkthrough of the CNC software setup to jog the machine around. While standing at the front of the machine and looking at
arrow
it, right arrow means this.
Oh!
Wow!
It moved!
And the up arrow.
Oh!
Page up and page
yes!
Move the spindle up and down. While I do this, I'm also looking at arrows in my...
Fy fan vad coolt! Ja, vilken respons!
This is gonna be so cool to like actually manufacture things in. So we are back in this little place, and we're really tired. Like, we've been working so hard. It's been very fun, but also very like exhausting. So yeah, I'm gonna sleep so good tonight. But before that, guys, you know what's gonna happen, right? Because we gotta ask for today's question.
Today's question is, when was the last time you built an entire CNC machine? Leave a comment in the description.
And don't forget to be nice to yourself, everyone else, and all the other kinds. I love you guys. Good night. Pretty amazing nature around here. So it's day 3, the final day. We're so happy that we got to do this, but also kind of tired. We've been working so hard, but yeah, we are on our way home now, and
We nailed it.
we nailed it.
Off the road.
So we're back home, and now, since I'm going on another adventure tomorrow, it's gonna be so much fun too. I'm just gonna end the vlog here, and yeah, thank you for watching this, and see you tomorrow.